we are going to look into these questions one by one. So question number 1 in paper 3 was, faster economic growth requires increased share of manufacturing sector in GDP, particularly of MSMEs. Comment on the present policies of the government in this regard. Now, it's a 10 marks question, 150 word limit was there. The main problem in this question is that there is too much to write, okay, and it's generally difficult to talk about all of this in 150 words. So let's see what are the various parts of it. Faster economic growth, as in the GDP growth, you can think of, requires increased share of manufacturing sector. So technically you have to first tell that why manufacturing is unique for faster economic growth. That's one. Second, within manufacturing, why MSMEs are important. And third, comment on the present policies of government in this regard. In this regard, as in mainly what are the government policies on MSMEs? Basically, they are talking about over here. Although you can even talk about government policies on manufacturing in general, but I don't think within 150 words you can manage all this. So the advice is just stick to the government policies on MSMEs. Okay, now roughly there are two parts of the question. 150 words limit is there. So roughly you can say allocate 75 words to both. They are not writing anything, or maybe nearby 70 plus 80 or something. There is no clarity given on that. What do we talk about in the first part? First part itself has two subparts, as you can see. One is that why the share of manufacturing sector needs to be increased. So let's talk about that first. So this is question number 1, paper 3. The share of manufacturing as well as related to that the overall industry. Actually, manufacturing is the big part of industry, so overall industrial sector within which the share of manufacturing is relatively low. So for example, the industrial share in GDP is somewhere in the range of 22 to 23% of GDP. Remember, this is of overall industries, including mining, electricity, etc. If you only talk about manufacturing, this will be even lower. Okay. So this is one logic why manufacturing needs to be increasing its share, because initially its share is less. What other reasons can you give for that? You can say, you can compare manufacturing with other sectors also. For example, you can say that the agricultural sector often faces more limits to growth. Although agriculture is very important sector, but there are certain limits to growth. There are many reasons for it. Like area under cultivation can't be increased. Fine, you should not write a lot on all this, but just to give you an idea that why manufacturing, why not agriculture? Because area under cultivation cannot be increased. We are already facing fall in area. The agricultural productivity often increases slowly. So productivity in agriculture can also increase just like manufacturing, but not as fast as manufacturing, and no one is to be blamed for it. Agriculture as a sector is such that its productivity is limited. So what are the main sectors? Agriculture, industry and services. What about services? Services sector has already grown a lot. So basically services growth has already been very high. And particularly this has been seen since around 2003. The services growth has been in the range of anywhere between 7% per annum to 10% per annum or even higher. Okay, growing at 7-10% per annum is something which is very significant. But then What also happens is when a sector has already grown a lot, there is some kind of a saturation that also comes in. What we also call in economics a higher base. So services sector has already attained a higher base. Services sector has attained a higher base as in the growth has already been higher over a longer period of time. Therefore, it is difficult to continue with higher growth rates. We actually saw this particularly during the COVID pandemic. Fine, COVID pandemic was one of an exceptional time, but during that the services growth rate was actually coming down. There are other problems with services. Services growth is a lot dependent on exports. Many of our services are export oriented services. So services growth is also dependent on exports. That is in a way good, in a way bad. Good because at least services are exporting a lot and giving us valuable foreign currency, but then it makes us dependent upon how the other economies are doing. So keeping all this in mind, manufacturing is more important, industry is more important. But try to keep it very brief. You don't have that much of space because within the same 70-75 words, you also have to talk about the unique role of MSMEs. The unique role of MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises in economic growth. So it's like we first filter down from overall economy to industry and then industry to the MSMEs. Particularly within MSMEs also we are talking about the manufacturing part of it. So why MSMEs are unique? Well, you can give similar reasons that we gave earlier. The MSME share is even lower. Share in GDP growth is even lower. So the argument that we gave for the overall industrial sector is all the more powerfully given for the MSME sector. Then there are other arguments like MSMEs are more labor intensive. When we talk about economic growth in a country like India, it should never be seen as just growth of the GDP, money value. This growth should also bring employment with it. So by that logic, MSMEs are better placed, they have more labor intensity and therefore they can lead to GDP growth with job creation. GDP growth can be done with job creation. Something which we are in need of in economies like India. But then there are certain problems also. Actually, this question is not asking about it, but that's a good way to link the answer. Before you write comment on the present policies of the government in this regard, it will be better to talk about, despite so much of role of MSMEs, what are the main problems that they face. Because once you know about the problems or limitations faced by MSMEs, it becomes easier for you to justify the government schemes. Remember, the question is not asking this, but I think this would be a good way to connect the answer. So some limitations faced by MSMEs, you can be very brief over here, are something like lack of credit. The banks don't give loans very often or cheaper loans to them. Then we can talk about lack of infrastructure. The basic infrastructure also like electricity, road connectivity, etc. are not that good for the MSMEs. Third, they face lack of competitiveness in the market. Many a times the MSMEs are not competitive enough in the market. There are various reasons for it. Lack of competitiveness can be due to, in turn, lack of marketing or marketing opportunities. or due to lack of, rather than lack, you can say due to wastages. Since the MSMEs often don't follow the best practice in producing certain things, there are higher level of wastages, etc. So keeping these things in your background, it will be better to talk about the government policies in this regard, because then it will make better sense also. It will make your answer more systematic that way. Now you can talk about government policies and what that government policy is doing. Actually, by this time you have freedom, because there are so many policies taken up by government. You have to decide what can fit in your 70-75 word limit. So I'm giving you some examples briefly. Like, one has been MSME Champions Scheme. Under this, the MSME Champion Scheme, there are 3 ways to make them more competitive. This is to increase their competitiveness, the competitiveness of the MSMEs. And how the competitiveness of MSMEs can be increased here? There are 3 components for this. I'm sure most of you would have read about it in your current affairs, so you can elaborate on that. I'm putting it briefly. Like, one component is MSME sustainable. In order to have MSME sustainable, there was a concept of ZED certification being introduced. ZED is zero defect and zero effect certification, as in to reduce wastage, etc. Then another part of the same scheme was MSME competitive lean scheme. MSME competitive lean scheme. Under this, there was lean tools and techniques. Lean as in not at a very, very larger scale or very, very complex scale. The leaner schemes and technologies being encouraged for making the MSMEs more competitive. Then MSME innovative. The third component of the same champion scheme is MSME innovative. Within innovative, they talk about 2-3 things: incubation, IPR design, and digital MSMEs. So incubation simply means financial assistance being given. Financial assistance being given to the MSMEs for developing their ideas. IPR or intellectual property design is to assist them in terms of coming up with IPR, rewarding it. Digital MSMEs, as the name itself is suggesting, is for giving more of the digital support to the MSMEs. So this is just one scheme. We have many such more schemes that you can give examples of. Like, you can now talk about the schemes like the emergency credit line guarantee scheme. Which is ECLGC, Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme, launched in 2020. It provides 100% guarantee. And who provides it? The Government of India provides 100% guarantee to lenders for loans up to 3 lakh crore rupees to MSMEs for loans up to 3 lakh crore rupees to the MSMEs. This guarantee is given by the government. So therefore, a government initiative to encourage the MSMEs. Then you can talk about Samadhan portal, another recent initiative by the government. So under Samadhan portal, there is a monitoring of this portal monitors the overall dues of MSME sector. Whatever credit they had taken and they are not able to repay, the overall dues of MSME sector, to ensure better cash flow. So I hope you can see these are all handling one limitation or the other. Like both ECLGC, ECLGS and the Samadhan portal is handling the credit related problem of the MSME sector. The first one that we talked about was more about making them more competitive. Similarly, there are other initiatives you can talk about, like trade receivables discounting system, TRADES. Trade receivables discounting system, or TRADES as we call briefly. This is where the MSMEs benefit from electronic bill factoring exchanges. It provides electronic bill factoring exchanges, and that benefits the MSMEs because they can electronically accept and settle bill. Due to this, MSMEs can electronically accept and settle bills. So the similar logic, it ensures better cash flow. If the bills can be electronically accepted and settled, the cash flow will remain better. One of the more recent scheme, which Economic Survey also talked about, was RAMP. RAMP is raising and accelerating MSME performance. Raising and accelerating MSME performance, or RAMP, launched in 2023. This is a World Bank supported scheme. In this World Bank supported scheme, there is a purpose to improve the market access and credit access to MSMEs. The MSMEs need to be provided with greater market and credit access over here. And then other issues need to be addressed over here also. It also talks about improving governance in helping the MSMEs. And what exactly we mean? Improving governance to help MSMEs. Improving governance to help MSMEs here mean that there should be better coordination among the center and the state governments. Okay, so center and states together should come up, or they should be well interlinked in terms of helping the MSME sector. So there are a few more important things which the survey talks about. The main problem in this question was that in the limited word and time limit, you can't write more than, I think, 4 of them. By the way, there are other things also. You can quote here the role of GST. I'm leaving the easier part to be discussed, because depending upon if it's a 250 mark kind of a question, those can be written. Like GST is benefiting the MSMEs. That is also a government initiative under which the input tax credit can be claimed. Or one can talk about other interest related support which are often given by the government, other fiscal supports also. A lower corporate tax can be there. The government reduced corporate tax for the MSMEs also to 25%. These are all government initiatives that can be quoted. So too much to write in the limited time period. Take your call accordingly. Let's move to the next question. Question number 2, which was also related to economics plus digitalization. What is the status of digitalization in the Indian economy? Examine the problem faced in this regard and suggest improvements. Again, it's a good idea to look into what are the different sub-parts of the question. First is status of digitalization. So that's a very general part, talking about what has happened, status of digitalization as in what has happened so far in the process of digitalization. Then second, examine the problems faced in this regard and improvement. Fine. Problem and improvement can go together because for each problem you can talk about improvement. Although again the word limit is not separately given for 2 parts, but I think you can give more word to the first part because when you start talking about status of digitalization, there are many points that are likely to come in your mind. So I would say even if you have, let's say, 90 words for the first part and let's say 60 for the next, it will be okay. In my view, the way that you answer, the first part will generally take more space. So let's talk about the status of digitalization to begin with. Question number 2, paper 3. Basically, I would say that status of digitalization can be summary of whatever you have read in the current affairs portion over the year or so. Whatever digital improvements, etc. are being taken up. You can also read economic survey. In economic survey also, they give the brief over status of digitalization. So, you can approach it this way. One is that overall role of digitalization in Indian economy has improved. For example, it has been claimed that, and the claim is by an RBI paper. A research paper by RBI claims that the India's core digital economy growth is 2.4 times, is about 2.4 times the overall GDP growth during roughly 2014 to 19. So within a matter of just 5-6 years or so, the digital economy has grown at a faster pace, not just faster, 2.4 times faster than the overall GDP growth. This itself is telling a lot about status of digitalization, that the core digital economy is improving by leaps and bounds. Then you can give some of the other features of it. For example, you can talk about the impacts of digitalization on different sectors, as in where exactly digitalization has happened is important to be talked about while doing the status. Clearly, one of the first things that we often talk about is financial inclusion. So better financial inclusion through digitalization. Don't forget the keyword of the question is digitalization that you have to regularly been talking about. So what kind of examples you can give over here? You can give examples of the JAM Trinity, the Jan Dhan Yojana Aadhaar mobile link, that itself was a link of digitalization to better financial inclusion. Then you can talk about the UPI, the Unified Payment Interface, helping in financial inclusion. Then you can talk about other digital services like eKYC. A number of other digital services are available for better financial inclusion. You can include here eKYC. You can also include digital signatures. You can include digital repositories. And so on and so forth. Okay. There is one more initiative which survey talks about, which is more recent. This is slightly old by now, although not that old. And the question is not telling you only to write upon the recent initiative as such. They're asking a general question on the status. So you can talk about all this. Then you can also talk about within financial inclusion, open network for digital commerce. Open Network for Digital Commerce, or ONDC. Under this ONDC framework, there is improved e-commerce market access. This is an initiative related to improving the e-commerce market access. One more thing you can add in the same, in the financial inclusion link, account aggregator. The account aggregator initiative is a digital initiative for credit availability for smaller businesses. Basically, you can also talk about account aggregator in MSME initiatives. Because when we talk of smaller businesses, we are talking about the MSMEs mainly. So these are for financial inclusion. Then since you have some space, you can spend 80-90 words on that. Another impact you can say digitalization and formalization of the economy. Digitalization has been encouraging more and more formalization of the economy. Formalization is a very widely used term for a number of things. So, what kind of link can we have in digitalization and formalization? Like we can start with GST. Digitalized GST itself is a good example of formalization, because with GST there has been greater tax base, and greater tax base, as in more and more companies paying the taxes, leads to formalization. Within this, you can also give examples like e-way bills within digitalized GST. The examples like e-way bills will be going very well. Then you can talk about the digital initiatives like Udyam portal for the MSMEs. Again, this is also an initiative to benefit the MSMEs. Then e-Shram portal. the e-Shram portal to register unorganized workers. Registering unorganized workers and helping them can also be a step towards formalization of economy. Although there are debates around it, that only by registering them can we claim formalization. Fine, that debate will remain, but don't go into that issue here. Here you are being asked that write more and more about the status of digitalization, and the example can go on and on. You can have also examples like Swanidhi. Okay, Swanidhi, which is an initiative of digitalization related to the street vendors, etc. I'm sure in current affairs you have read about it. So, financial inclusion 1, formalization 2. One more, you won't have space to talk more beyond that. Digitalization and better governance. Actually, if you start writing, you can easily write a full-fledged 250 words answer also. So the real challenge is where to stop. I would say divide it in 2-3 major parts, give few examples if not all, if the time doesn't allow you. Here you can talk about digitalization and better governance. You can talk about the Jan Samarth portal, for example. The Jan Samarth portal, which is for credit linked central government schemes. Then Umang app. The Umang app can be another digitalization initiative for better governance, for access to the central and state government schemes. Etc. Keep in mind that the question is not just on the status of digitalization but also separately. By the way, it would be better to talk about PM Gati Shakti also. It's a very ambitious scheme related to better governance in the infrastructure scheme. So PM Gati Shakti scheme is a digital initiative so that the interministerial connections can be made in a better way in order to develop certain infrastructure. So these things, as I told you already, was like summarizing whatever you have done throughout the discussion of the current affairs. That would be quite helpful in that way. Then comes the other part of the question, where the question was asking about what are the problems being faced. Okay, what are the problems being faced in digitalization? And I would suggest, since it's you don't have too many words separately, simultaneously you can also talk about solutions. The problems and solutions related to digitalization status. You can talk about lack of infrastructure. Despite the fact that infrastructure is improving to support the digitalization, still there are many rural areas where regular electricity availability is also a challenge. So without basic electricity or basic internet facility, we cannot have digitalization helping the remote rural areas of the country as well. Then you can talk about not just lack of infrastructure but also the cost of infrastructure. The claim is that if electricity is not subsidized or if internet is not available at a lower price, then digitalization is not going to be a very beneficial process for major part of the low-income households. The low-income households need infrastructure and need it at a lower cost. Okay, I hope you can understand why this is a problem. One, electricity is getting privatized almost everywhere. With private sector dominant in electricity, the electric tariffs are higher. Internet services are under private sector already since beginning. Although I know that some of the recent internet service providers give it at a very cheap price, but then it cannot be taken for granted. The internet tariffs, etc., have also increased a lot in recent times. So, costlier internet, electricity, mobile phones, etc., are going to have a problem on that. Then you can talk about problem like the quality of infrastructure. Quality of infrastructure as in even if electricity is available, it may not be regularly available. Even if internet is available, it is not available at a faster speed. So if internet is available but the speed is not faster, we cannot have regular digital transactions going on progress. Quality of infrastructure is sometimes a problem even in urban areas. So basically for all this, you can give similar solutions. That infrastructure needs to be provided. Some infrastructure need to be subsidized, particularly for the low income population, and the quality should be improved upon. I know this is not easy, but without that, the digitalization will not be complete. What else? One thing that you can tell in the problems is lack of financial literacy. Because a major part of digitalization is related to financial inclusion. For financial inclusion, the financial literacy should be good enough. Lack of financial literacy here means that people lack the know-how for using the digital services. Okay, fine, they are very user friendly, but don't forget in India, there are a number of elderly people living in remote areas who are not having enough financial literacy in particular. So that is another issue which need to be addressed. If this is not there, then digitalization can actually lead to a problem. The problem of increasing frequency of cyber frauds, etc. So all that has to be kept in your mind while answering these questions. Then another problem can be related to data vulnerability, a burning issue right now. So what happens when the digitalization progress is very fast in a country? The data related to consumers are being spread with various agencies. It's very crucial that the data which is being shared by various agencies are kept confidential. Else we are vulnerable to our data privacy. The privacy issues can be coming in over here. And I think one more will be enough. The overcrowding of digital platforms. So many a times the digital services are available, but the digital platforms are overcrowded, often leading to kind of crash of the server, etc. So the government should also take care. You can also link it to infrastructure in a way that infrastructure should be of that good quality that overcrowding doesn't happen on the digital platforms. Similarly, you can give the solution for data vulnerability and financial literacy also, that how can more and more people be learned about how to use the services, etc. So fine, the word limit will not allow you to write a lot. Even if you write these problems, it will take around 40 words or so easily. So I would say one line on problem, one line on solution. That would be enough. You won't have more time to answer such a question. So this completes our question number 3.
The question is, how does e-technology help farmers in production and marketing of agriculture produce? Explain. 10 marks. Again, understanding the question. See, understand the question. How does e-technology help farmers in production and marketing of agriculture produce? What is implicit in the question? What is assumed here? That e-technology can help Indian farmers in production and marketing of agriculture produce. I'm using this word help here. Like I'm using this word help. See, when do I cry for help? When do I shout help? If there is a problem that I'm facing and I'm not able to resolve the problem by myself, only then I will cry for help. So if the Indian farmers need help in production and in marketing, that means there are certain problems that the Indian farmers are facing in production, certain problems that they're facing in marketing, and the e-technology can help the farmers in solving those problems. So the examiner is asking you, identify those problems and tell me how the e-technology can help the farmers in solving those problems. So without identifying the problems, you cannot answer the question. Is my point understood? So what I'm trying to tell you is that if I'm crying for help, then in that case, there may be certain problem that I'm facing. So highlight the problem and then tell me how each of these problems can be solved by e-technology. How would I start the question? Again, there is no statement that is given, no introductory statement that is given here. If no introductory statement is given, that means I can start the question as I wish. Okay, but just that it should not be entirely different from the context of the question. Now I can start by, let's say, India is an agricultural country where more than 50% of people are directly dependent on agriculture. We are the most populous country of the world, and in the next few years, we will add another 20 crore people to the total population. So in the near future, there will be a greater demand for food grains. Moreover, most of the Indian farmers at present are facing the problems of low income as they are not able to market their produce well. In this context, the farmers are facing a number of problems related to marketing and production. Okay. So this is, let's say, one way of introducing. Okay. You can introduce in any way because it's an open question. There is no introductory statement that is given. Okay. So अपनी मर्जी से आप start करो. So you can start the introduction. And this is how I start. If I'm to write, I will start the question. Okay. Again, a 10-mark question, no need of a lengthy introduction, just 1 or 2, 3, 4 lines, not more than that. Okay. Then main body of the question. Production and marketing. What is the problem that the farmers are facing? One problem that the farmers are facing is related to availability of fertilizers. Suppose if I want to increase the production, we know that the soils may be lacking in certain nutrients, and in order to have a good production, I need to use fertilizers. Fertilizers are to be used for production, but the government also provides the subsidies, but the subsidies are not reaching to the beneficiaries. We have problems of black marketing in the country. Urea is black marketed, farmers have to purchase it from the black market, diversion of urea to other industries. So we have smuggling of urea in India. So how would you solve those problems? How would you provide fertilizers to the farmers? They cannot purchase it from the market price. So the answer here is direct benefit transfer. Is DBT possible without the internet? It is not possible. So you need the e-technology for direct benefit transfer. The government is likely to come up with a system of coupon code where a coupon code will be sent to the farmers, which will be equivalent to the fertilizer subsidy that can be redeemed at the fertilizer outlet. Then for increasing agriculture production, what do I need? For increasing agriculture production, I would need, let's say, machines. Okay. I would need machines to increase the agriculture production. So, like, now problem statement kya hai? Machines are considered more productive than humans, but most of the farmers in India are small and marginal who cannot purchase the machines. So, we need common usage of machines. Achha, isme how will e-technology help? We have a number of companies which are coming up with e-technology. Jaise, we have, if you've heard about Uber tractor, or we have an application Ola tractor, or there's an application wherein gold farm. These are the applications where using the e-technology, machines can be given to every farmer in the area. So this is the use of e-technology through which the machine usage can increase. If I look at the increase in agriculture production, how would I help the farmer in increasing agriculture production? Now, most of the farmers still do not have access to the internet services. Farmers very often do not know about the cultivation of crops. There are Kisan call centers available. ठीक है, किसान कॉल सेंटर्स में क्या है? I can get the information about a particular crop. I can get the knowledge about the correct usage of the amendments into the soil. So, Kisan call center cannot function without e-technology. Same ways, weather forecasting services, they're not possible without the use of e-technology, delivering it to the farmers. So, one simple can be, the farmers in India, they face problems related to agriculture extension services where number of farmers are not aware about the subsidies available on seeds, the benefits given to the farmers by the government on the other inputs for cultivation. For improving the agriculture extension services, we have some e-technology, like for example, we have mobile Kisan, you have Kisan call centers. Then there are certain other applications, like for example, AgriStack. Last year it was in a lot of news, AgriStack. So you can talk about that as well. Okay. So production mein, problem statement, and then whatever e-technology you know. Okay. But you have to identify the problem that is faced by the farmers, because of which they are not able to increase the production. So us case mein, how will e-technology help? Then marketing में problem statement, APMC mandi is related. I'm going to the APMC mandi as a farmer, but auction is not transparent. Cartelization is a problem. I'm being exploited on the basis of quality without any specific objective criteria. Problem related to information asymmetry, where the farmer has no information, but the buyer has all the information. So a farmer has limited bargaining power. What is the solution? Solution is ENAM. And tell me how ENAM can solve the problem. What is the problem? Problem related to marketing. एक और problem है that government announces MSP, but for MSP related procurement, some kind of infrastructure is required. But in many areas, we don't have the infrastructure, because of which MSP related procurement does not take place. How can I help here? How can I get the help with respect to e-technology? Now, the help is e-technology mein. Now, what about price deficiency payment scheme? Like Bhavantar Bhugtan. Let the farmer sell her produce directly into the mandi, and the difference between the mandi and the modal price will be directly transferred to the farmer's bank account. Okay? So, any kind of direct cash transfer can help in production, can help in marketing. Okay? PM Kisan scheme bhi likh sakte ho yahan par. Again, it is not possible without the electronic technology. Or for example, use of warehousing, if you know, warehousing, see, you can write the problem statement. Warehousing facilities protect the farmers from distress sale, but we have limited warehousing facility in India. Moreover, the farmers who store their produce in the warehouses, they don't have the amount to purchase the input for the next season's crop. यहाँ पर what is the solution? यहाँ पर solution is electronic negotiable warehouse receipt scheme. 2019 onwards, warehouse receipt schemes, that is only receipts are issued only in electronic format. So use of e-technology. So anything virtual training आ जाएगा यहाँ पर, direct cash transfer under PM Kisan आ जाएगा. Number of other e-technology available through a number of other platforms other than ENAM, Rashtriya e-marketing system. Okay, platform of platforms under ENAM. So there are n number of examples that you have. Okay, you can not write every example, but whatever you are writing, you just have to first mention a problem statement. उसके बाद you are going to write this. Then अगर आपके पास बहुत सारे अलग examples भी हैं, then you can just make a schematic कि marketing, and these are the agriculture e-marketing schemes. ठीक है. Then production, these are the agriculture e-marketing. ऐसे एक you have made a schematic, let's say marketing, and these many schemes are there. Or same way for production, and these many schemes are there. You're going to save the space. Plus, you should also be able to tell the examiner that, oh, I have all of this knowledge. Again, conclusion. Okay, यहाँ पर there is no set formula, but you can talk about the steps that the government is coming up with, the new schemes that the government is likely to start with, or how the e-technology is going to help the farmers in solving some other problems that may not be related to production and marketing. Okay, no set formula for introduction and conclusion in this question. But though the question is just 10 marks, you at least have to write 1 or 2 lines of conclusion.
We are now heading to question number 4. State the objectives and measures of land reforms in India. Discuss how land ceiling policy on land holding can be considered as an effective reform under economic criteria. Okay, so again, 2 parts of the question, and genuinely speaking, difficult to talk about everything within 150 words. So I have to be extremely careful about writing everything briefly. Within the first one itself, there are 2 things. Okay, if you roughly say that you spend, say, 75 to 80 words on first part, not more than 90 you can spend. You have to answer the other one also. You have to talk about both objectives and measures. So objectives can be done very briefly, because measures you cannot ignore. Measures are something which will take more of your space. So 2-3 things you should keep in mind. This is question number 4, paper 3. So first of all, objectives of the land reforms. Land reforms were launched way back in mid-50s, and then for coming decades also, the other types of land reforms kept on being introduced. One objective was to prevent exploitation of the cultivators. Because the actual cultivators didn't own land in the British times. The zamindars or the other intermediary had ownership rights over land in general. So due to that, the cultivators were exploited. They had to pay very high amount of rent on their land. So one goal was this. Other goal was to increase productivity in agriculture. Because at the time of independence, India inherited very backward agricultural sector. A third goal was to reduce inequality. To reduce inequality in land ownership. Because ownership of land was highly unequal due to land revenue system and due to other reasons also. So these are some of the objectives you can give. Don't spend too much of time, because within around maybe 80 to 90 words maximum, you have to also include the measures taken. The measures taken basically means different types of land reforms. In the measures taken, you have to talk about different types of land reforms. So I discussed these things in the class also, that there are some 4 or 5 major types of land reforms which are there, starting with abolition of intermediaries. The abolition of intermediaries like zamindars was basically having the goal of reducing exploitation of cultivators, so that the cultivators come in direct contact with government. They have to pay lesser land revenue. I'm not writing, but I'm sure anyone would have done this. You can write a couple of sentences on each measure. Minimum 1 sentence would be expected. Then tenancy reforms. Tenancy reforms was mainly trying to benefit the tenants, as the name suggests. It had 2 parts within this. Security of tenure. Security of tenure mainly referred to that even if the land is not owned by the tenant, they should be given some security over the time period of cultivation. Okay, some security in terms of time period of cultivation should be given, and also lowering of rent. Not just they should be given security in terms of time period, they should be expected to pay lower rent to the landowner. This was again to prevent exploitation of those who didn't own land and were working on others' land. In the present times, when we talk of small and marginal landholders and even landless, we are referring to them over here. Then, much later, we had consolidation of land holdings. Although chronologically we should have talked about land ceiling first, but since the question is in any case on land ceiling, the second part, I keep it reserved after it. Consolidation of land holdings was another measure taken, under which the fragmented land were consolidated. Or fragmented land holdings were arranged in bigger blocks. Consolidated means arranged in bigger blocks. Again, this is having a very basic economic rationale, that if the land area is smaller, fragmented, then using inputs would be more difficult. The productivity cannot be increased in agriculture. If the fragmented land holdings can be arranged in bigger blocks, there can be larger scale cultivation. The economies of scale argument comes in. Inputs can be used more productively, and the overall productivity in agriculture gets to a higher level. So these were the measures taken. But the question was also about, as I told you, there are two parts of the question. One was about objective measures, and then how land ceiling policy. Okay, and they are not just asking you that what is land ceiling. Obviously, you'll have to write that first. How land ceiling can be considered as an effective reform under economic criteria. I would say this is a very interesting question. Okay, this is not a stereotype question at all. The fourth measure that we do is land ceiling. Land ceiling means keeping an upper limit. Ceiling means upper limit on land ownership. Okay, keeping an upper limit on the land ownership and distributing the surplus land. Surplus land means any land above this upper limit. Distributing the surplus land to the landless or even small farmers, etc. But remember, the question is not just talking about what was land ceiling, not even talking about the impact of land ceiling only. It is telling effective reform under economic criteria. Why do they emphasize on economic criteria? Because land ceiling is clearly socially desirable. Okay, it would have been easy question if we are only talking about the social desirability. Socially, it is clearly more desirable because it will lead to reduction in, inequality in land ownership. I told you earlier that one of the objectives of land reform was reducing inequality in land ownership, and that ceiling was trying to achieve. Because at the time of independence, we had a few landowners with very, very large area under their cultivation. Majority of them were landless. But why economic rational. That's interesting. That's interesting also because in the present context, land ceiling and consolidation appear contradicting each other. So, a person who is in favor of consolidation would find himself or herself against land ceiling. But that is a myth that they are contradictory. Let's understand why. Why do they appear contradictory? Because in one we are talking about consolidating the land holding, in the other we are talking about cutting it down, okay, putting an upper limit, etc. Why they are not contradictory? Because they are like for two extreme situations in Indian agriculture. Land holding, the land consolidation is important when the land holdings are fragmented or very small. So that is also a problem in our economy, that the land holdings are very small and we need to consolidate it together in order to have some economies of scale. But how can we forget that still there are very large landowners, okay, and without land ceiling it will be very difficult to equally distribute it or equitably distribute it among the landless and small landholders. But still, it seems more social in character. Is there an economic rationale? Yes, there is. This is called, in economic theory, more formally, farm size productivity debate. The farm size productivity debate can be brought in to give the economic rationale. What is the debate all about? The debate is that are smaller farms necessarily less productive? The debate is about, are smaller farms necessarily less productive than the large farms? Well, some people would say yes, clearly, but no, it's not that clear. Because what happens, when I say smaller farm, how smaller? If it is very, very small, something like half a hectare or 1 hectare, then clearly you will say that it will lead to less productivity. But in smaller farms, if it is say 3, 4, 5 hectares or 7 hectares, they may not necessarily be more productivity. The claim is that if the farms are relatively smaller, and smaller by that we mean more of medium-sized farms, the medium-sized farms are actually good for productivity in the sense it gives more incentive to increase productivity. Remember, we are talking very core economic arguments, not just social. Socially, land ceiling is clearly desirable. Economically also desirable. Reason, it gives more incentive to increase productivity. Compared to what? Compared to being landless. A landless cannot be so much devoted to increasing productivity on others' land as even if he owns a smaller land, or at least better would be the medium-sized lands. There are other reasons also given why the medium-sized farms are more good, in the sense that in case of Indian economy, there is near absence of capitalist farming. In developed countries, we have capitalist farming very common, where a big farmer employs a number of workers on their farm, like an industry. But in India, that kind of social structure has not been there for capitalist farming. Therefore, in a social setup where capitalist farming is less common, the medium-sized farms make more sense. Okay, so you can give these arguments basically that how it is an economically also rational part. Well, depending upon the time available, word available, you can give some interesting examples. Like in India, the land ceiling reform was not successful. So far it has not been successful. So we cannot be very sure about whether smaller farms will be productive or not. But in some countries within Asia itself, the countries have taken land ceiling reform with a very good success rate. South Korea being one example. In South Korea, way back in 1940s and 50s, the land ceiling reforms were taken up. the land distribution became equal, and the agricultural productivity actually increased. Okay, so I'm not telling what is true for Korea will be true for India, but we do have proof also that land sealing can economically be rewarding, not just socially rewarding. Given the size of the words that you had to write in, you won't be having time to write more on that. So I think that is enough on this question.
So now we are going to discuss on GS paper 3 question number 5. Now this question, as you know, it is related to the science and technology question, and that is on artificial intelligence. That what is the concept of artificial intelligence and how does AI helps in clinical diagnosis? At the same time, do we perceive that any threat to the privacy of individual in using the artificial intelligence? That also we have to highlight. Now, first of all, coming to the concept of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is defined as emulation of human intelligence to rise to the same level of reasoning and thinking like a human. Now, in this, artificial intelligence uses an algorithm or set of instruction. This algorithm set of instruction is going to help AI in decision making. So the USP of AI is decision making ability. Now here the decision making ability we are going to discuss in the context of clinical diagnosis, but there are some other important aspects of AI in the form of machine learning. So artificial intelligence, this is a branch of computer science, and this branch of computer science is able to perform or complete tasks in the form of which would otherwise require human intelligence. So it can help in learning, in perception, in terms of problem solving or complex problem solving task, as well as language understanding and logical reasoning. Now, a branch of artificial intelligence is machine learning, advanced AI. Machine learning as a learning algorithm, it is able to increase the accuracy of predictable outcome in terms of increasing the accuracy of performing the task. So it can learn and it can identify changes in the patterns of the data, machine learning. So that makes a real difference in terms of the advantage of using artificial intelligence. It can help identify the hotspot of decision making, machine learning. So we can see area of artificial intelligence with the concept that computer program can learn and adapt to new data without human intervention. Now the next one is if you look into the traits of artificial intelligence, to explain the concept of AI, we also need to know some important traits. So one important trait we can see here, that is it capable of predicting and adapting. So predictable outcome accuracy, which is maintained by the artificial intelligence. For example, we use the term forecasting in terms of predictable accuracy or in terms of the task performed by the AI in various fields. Now it can make decision on its own. So we already discussed that it can increase, it can augment the human capabilities in terms of human intelligence and deliver insights. It helps identify or it helps reach the insight of the data. Then continuous learning. AI uses algorithm to construct analytical models. From this AI technology will find out that how to perform tasks through innumerable rounds of hit and trial. AI is forward looking. So as AI is a tool that allows us people to reconsider how we analyze data and integrate information. So it provides the insights to make better decisions. Now coming to the part of the question that how AI helps in clinical diagnosis. This clinical diagnosis has been revolutionized in terms of the medical diseases, medical conditions, where it improves the accuracy, reliability of identifying various medical conditions in the patient. So speed, accuracy, reliability of decision making, for which we are using the artificial intelligence. So we can see here it has advanced the field of healthcare, where artificial intelligence is used to assist the healthcare professionals, including radiologists, in medical imaging, so in the process of diagnosis disease and medical condition. So it is the potential to enhance accuracy, potential to increase efficiency of diagnosis, improve the patient outcome. We will take some example to discuss this, how it reduces the healthcare cost also. So if you look into the key aspects of AI diagnosis. So what are the important key aspects? As you can see here, So the most important aspect, these are some important examples of clinical diseases or conditions where we can use the artificial intelligence or which are already in use. So we can see here cancer. So first of all, one of the important trait of AI will be in terms of the clinical diagnosis, early disease detection. Early disease detection. This early disease detection, including cancer detection, it helps in timely intervention. Timely intervention. Timely intervention. So we can study the prognosis of how the disease progresses. For example, in case of cancer, so there are different stages of cancer. If we are able to identify the early stages or in terms of the accurate diagnosis of the cancer, so that is going to reduce the intensity of impact of cancer on the affected body. So in case of, so we can see here imaging techniques. So artificial intelligence, this will be used now. So AI's role is what? Decision making. So after the medical imaging data, so medical imaging data, we are using X-ray, we are using the CT scan or the MRI. Now these images can be interpreted by artificial intelligence, look into the lesions to provide accuracy in decision making about the cancer affected individual. For example, lung cancer, for example, breast cancer. So in breast cancer, the lesions, the density of breast cancer, that helps analyze in early diagnosis of the cancer. So where we can use this artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is about data-driven decision making. So based on the medical images of the individual, it can help in early detection of this cancer. Then another example is diabetic retinopathy. So what happens in diabetic retinopathy? Due to high blood glucose level, it damages the blood vessels in the retina, and that can result in the progress of the vision loss or the blindness in the individual. So millions of people in India and world, they are suffering from diabetes mellitus as a non-communicable disease. Now, in order to deal with this diabetic retinopathy, artificial intelligence can analyze the images trapped by the camera of the individual. So retinal photos in imaging. Then AI will help in diagnosing the early stages of development of diabetic retinopathy. So we can prevent that blindness or vision loss through early detection by using this artificial intelligence, by making the accurate diagnosis. Similarly, Alzheimer's disease. Now Alzheimer's disease, whether this is about the progressive dementia where it is said that there is abnormal deposition of protein plaque over the brain cells. Now, Alzheimer's disease, as it's a progressive dementia, forgetfulness or the even swallowing, walking of individual gets affected, reduces the quality of life, and sometimes become life-threatening also in terms of the progressive dementia. Now, Alzheimer's disease diagnosis, there is a challenge. There is no concrete definition in terms of diagnosing Alzheimer's disease. There is some ambiguity in clinical diagnosis also. But artificial intelligence can help us identify accurately whether this is due to normal aging process, the abnormalities seen in the brain cells, or it is due to the Alzheimer's disease. So it can help us to identify more accurately in making decision in terms of differential diagnosis, the artificial intelligence. So here also it is extremely helpful. So basically interpreting the medical imaging by using AI, improving the speed and accuracy of decision making. Now coming to the heart diseases. Now, heart diseases, for example, which person is prone to heart attack or has a risk of heart attack? So nowadays, we are seeing the increased use of smart wearables, including smart watches. So they are able to continuously monitor the health condition of an individual, including pulse rate, heart rate. Now, this artificial intelligence, it will take its own decisions. So based upon the atrial fibrillation, the heart arrhythmia, this AI will decide based upon this atrial fibrillation that individual that should immediately go for ECG, electrocardiogram. So electrocardiogram decision can be taken by the smart watches, smart wearable. If the person has abnormality in the heart rate, so based on that now it can predict which person has a higher risk of heart attack or some blockages that may be because of this as a symptom that is coming out in terms of heart arrhythmia. So therefore, in terms of heart disease, atrial fibrillation, which speaks about the heart arrhythmia. So this can be detected in advance based upon the imaging interpreted by the or electrocardiogram. So electrocardiogram of the heart, ECG of heart, will help us detect this fibrillation. AI is taking the right decision. So many lives have been practically saved also through this that is predictive analytics by the artificial intelligence. So similarly, in terms of even in COVID-19 infection diagnosis, a asymptomatic person or person who is infected, the level of antibodies in the blood, that also data can be used to differentiate person who may be asymptomatic or who may be severely infected with the disease or person who are vaccinated. So whereby we can use artificial intelligence as the part of interpretation of the biomarker analysis. So these are some important examples of clinical diagnosis and practical application using artificial intelligence. So till now we discussed about the medical imaging using the X-ray or MRIs. So it is not only related to the medical imaging of the other diseases, even in case of fractures, high accuracy can be maintained in terms of interpreting the data or the tumors or any abnormality. Then we discussed about early disease detection, that it will help analyze the patient data to predict likelihood of developing conditions like diabetes, heart disease, and certain type of cancer. It also helps in differential diagnosis. So there may be some ambiguity in terms of similarity, overlapping of symptoms. So AI will help us to have an important outcome in terms of differential diagnosis of multiple diseases with overlapping symptoms. So we can use here, so based upon the symptom medical history, AI here suggests potential diagnosis and ranking in terms of probability that which disease is more likely the person may be infected. Then risk assessment. Now another important task of AI is, in this risk assessment means here based upon medical history of individual, genetic data of individual, whether this individual in future is vulnerable to certain type of genetic cancer or genetic disease, that can be also predicted by using artificial intelligence. So we can see here specific disease or conditions based on their medical history, genetics, lifestyle, and the factors. Information can guide personalized preventive measure. So we can develop personalized preventive measure, personalized medicine based on the artificial intelligence. Then clinical decision support. So AI system can provide healthcare professionals in making real-time clinical decision support by analyzing the patient data and recommending appropriate diagnostic test, treatment, or medication. Remote monitoring. So what we discuss about remote monitoring using smart wearables is a part of this, allowing early detection of health status. Then reducing diagnostic errors. So this will also provide us, as we discussed, that overlapping symptoms in terms of reducing the diagnostic error and providing an ability for what? The second opinion, identifying inconsistency. So there could be a pattern of progression of a disease. So consistency of medical record data can be maintained with artificial intelligence. Then the third part of the question is related to what are the key privacy concerns associated with artificial intelligence in the healthcare. Now, in terms of key privacy concern, the major concern is related to what? That data security. So we are dealing with the sensitive data of the patient. Now, sensitive data here, it includes the genetics of the individual, the medical history of individual, medical imaging of the individual. So all these are sensitive patient data. So medical records, images, genetic information. So this data must be handled carefully in terms of encryption of data and transmitted securely to prevent unauthorized access or data breaches. Then data misuse. So there is a risk that AI systems, when or healthcare provider, they could misuse the patient data for purpose other than diagnosis and treatment. It can go to the insurance, marketing, or other, so marketing, insurance, research without proper consent of the individual. So this is a major concern into data misuse. Then de-identification challenges. Now, when we are gathering the diagnostic data of an individual, so even if it is preserved or it is used for researches, then the data is masked. It is called data masking to maintain anonymization of the data. So in this case, the data, even if it is anonymized, protected here by removing the unique identifiers of individual, but there are certain algorithms using AI where it can re-identify based on those identifiers that particular individual. So this is a risk that even if data is anonymized, AI algorithm, they have the demonstrated ability to re-identify individual potentially compromising patient privacy. Then informed consent. Now, even if we are taking informed consent from the patient to get the diagnostic data privacy, but how this data will be used by the third party, by the data fiduciary who has got this, that is the ability or the means, it has the trusteeship in terms of maintaining the data of the individual. So we need to maintain here that data, even if informed consent, it should be clear and transparent in terms of that how this data will be used of an individual and where it will be used. That must be clearly explained before taking the informed consent. Then algorithm bias. Now based on algorithm, so it is the algorithm which is making a decision in AI, where it can bring about certain biasness in the decision making. For example, we can see here that it can perpetuate existing healthcare disparities. Suppose we are working upon a demographic group and they are identified with a certain type of genetic disease. Now, this can also create biasness that in future analysis, individuals belonging to the demographic group, they can be stigmatized based on this data that was already preserved using the AI. So AI will always now keep that individual of that demography, always that has a person has a risk of genetic disease in future. So that is known as what? Biasness in decision making. So based on that, it can discriminate against certain demographic groups, efforts to ensure fairness and equity. So fairness and equity in AI algorithm is one of the major challenges to avoid disparities in terms of the use of AI in clinical diagnosis. So there must be the effort by the government, by the civil society to develop accountability, transparency in the use of the data, because by providing our data because of surveillance, indirectly it can compromise on data privacy. So there must be very defined encryption standard that should be followed in order to prevent any breach of data privacy.
We'll be starting with question number 6, which reads, and I'll be just mentioning the key words wherein we have to hit. Discuss several ways wherein you are already guided that you have to talk about the multiple ways in which microorganisms, that's another keyword, microorganisms can help in meeting the current fuel shortage. So the third is fuel shortage, right? The entire answer has to be framed around these 3 key aspects that the question provides you. Now, we all know that India's fuel consumption is primarily based on the fossil fuels, and another largely by imports, right? And it is this that the question hits at, the fuel shortage. So any particular answer, the simple art of answer writing involves you to start with the introduction wherein you just give a brief understanding of the context. Most of the times, or rather almost always, the context would be straight away following from the question. So the context of the question that will mark for your introduction is the fuel shortage, and that is where you would make statements like over 80% of the entire fuel demand is fulfilled by the imports. Further, nearly 96 to 98% of the total transportation energy is again fulfilled by the fossil fuels. And hence, it is important to look into the other alternatives, of which microorganisms can act as the potential resource if utilized in various different manners. That will go for defining the context under which you are going to write your answer. Now people, the fuel that you generate using any biological resources is called as the biofuel. There are multiple ways of generating the biofuel, of which we are concerned about the various ways in which the microorganisms can aid in biofuel production. So there is no complexity at all. You straight away would enter into the various methods. Now, interestingly, based on how are we generating the biofuels through the microorganisms, they are split into various generations of them. The generations of biofuel, right? So let us go one by one. The first generation biofuel, people, primarily involves the production of ethanol, which is primarily generated by fermentation of the carbohydrates or the sugar. Now, this sugar, which has to undergo fermentation to produce ethanol, could be sourced from various products, the food products in particular. Yes, the sugar cane, the beetroot, yes, the corn. Now, these are the various resources from which the sugar is extracted and then is made to undergo the fermentation to produce what is called as bioethanol. This bioethanol is found to be suitable for mixing with the conventional fuel. So, this is how you generate. Now, how is this fermentation carried out? This fermentation process is catalyzed by or facilitated by the various microorganisms. This question would allow some of the biology background people to use some of the scientific nomenclature. For example, for microorganism, you can use one of the very commonly used microorganism is yeast, which is also called as Saccharomyces cerevisiae. But then people not mentioning this, I believe, would not be costing you marks, because without even knowing the specific nomenclature, you can easily give the correct explanation that yes, microorganisms like yeast, which is a fungi, a single cellular fungi, or various other bacteria which ferment the sugar into fuel mixing, grade bioethanol, is one of the major method which is utilized for production of biofuel across the world. So, where do we get to see the usage of microorganisms? Yes, in the fermentation of sugar from the food products or from the food sources. Could we now understand here that which the first generation biofuel would also be debatable under the lens of food security. So there are many critiques who would raise a question on this format of the biofuel production, wherein we are compromising with the food security of the country. We'll talk about this a little better with level of policy very soon, which will form a last part of the answer. Fine. So that is one. The second generation biofuel, again, which is aided by microorganisms. Now you would find the second generation biofuel actually involves the waste product once the human consumables from the food products have been taken away. So once the sugar from sugarcane is taken away, what do we have, people? We have what is called as bagasse. What you get to see if there are these small kiosks who provide you the sugarcane juice, after extracting the juice out, that is the material that is otherwise discarded. Now, this bagasse, or for that matter, from the very many crop residues, what you call as the straws. Now, you see, these we all know are hardy structures, although they are also made up of carbohydrates. But these carbohydrates cannot be digested by humans because they are very hard to give the structural integrity to the crops. Now, these carbohydrates fall under the category called lignocellulose. There are two components into it, lignin and cellulose. Both of them are polysaccharides. Instead of going into those technical jargons, you can simply know that this is also the polymer of glucose. And since humans lack the enzyme, or rather almost all animals, they lack the enzyme cellulase, which can break down the cellulose into the digestible or assimilable glucose, we cannot digest it. But then we also know that there are many organisms which are capable of doing that. For example, the cattle manage to digest the cellulose, the grass and the fodder that they feed on, particularly because of some bacteria which is present in their gut. Similarly, the wood, paper and all is digested by termites. So what we have to know here is that we have launched out kind of a selection or finding out for those bacteria and termites which we can extract and exploit to break down the cellulose. So these microorganisms. So how do these termites digest? Because they also have certain fungi and bacteria in them which help them. So our quest is to extract these bacteria from the cattle, from the termites, digestive system, and these bacteria or the microorganisms are again used to convert. So if you could just present this in the exam, that would be more than sufficient. Cellulose microorganisms, cellulose digesting microorganisms, which could be fungi and bacteria, which could be converted into simple sugar, and then this simple sugar could again, by the action of microorganisms, be fermented into the bioethanol. So we are reaching to the same point, but this time we are using what is called as non-food resources. So just the waste material could be used, and that is categorized into the second generation biofuel. This is more preferable from the perspective of not impacting the food security. But the ethanol production in this is comparatively significantly lower than the first generation biofuel. Fine. And then comes the third generation biofuel. Third generation biofuel, which primarily people is talking about the usage of certain microalgae. Microalgae are one of the primitive most organisms on this planet or in the biosphere, which were capable of starting with photosynthesis or autotrophy, or the ability to produce their own food. How do they do that? These microalgae have chlorophyll in them, a very well-known component, and because of this chlorophyll that the microalgae possess, they have the ability to convert the sunlight and the carbon dioxide. So these microalgae are also considered to be very important resource for carbon sequestration or removal of the carbon from the atmosphere. Anyway, so because of the chlorophyll, these microorganisms are capable of producing the food for them, and that food product that the microalgae produce could be oil as well as sugar. And by now you already know what needs to be done to the sugar, people. Now this sugar can then go two different ways. Either it could be fermentation into bioethanol, or people, it could also be converted into methane gas by the group of bacteria which are called as methanogens. Just knowing the group nomenclature would be more than required. Methanogens, name itself is highly suggestive, the methane generating bacteria. So they would feed on this to convert it into methane. Again, this methane is combustible and of course could also be used as a fuel resource. It does not stop here. You could even just connect one more step here. This methane could further be converted into methanol. So both methane and methanol could be having their usage as the fuel, because methane as a gas and methanol as a liquid component that could be mixed with the regular fuel. So methane could be converted into the methanol by what is called as methanotrophs. So these are the group of bacteria that can further act on the methane to convert it into the methanol. Now what is happening to the lipid that was? What is oil? Oil is nothing but lipid. Commonly, casually, you may also call it as fat. Now this oil that the microalgae produce through their normal biosynthesis of food, because they are autotroph, self-dependent, could then further be processed under the action of various bacteria, microorganism, to convert it into biodiesel. So here we are now getting another entity. So far you can see how many different fuel components have you generated. You have generated ethanol, you have generated methane, you have generated biodiesel, you have generated methanol as well. So we have looked now as the third generation biofuel, which is based on the microalgae. Now what you can also add in your answer while writing this point, these microalgae hence could be cultured or grown to extract their produce. To extract their produce. Further, people, let us come to the fourth generation biofuel. Fourth generation biofuel. Now I'll tell you, so while in your answer you could simply mention, other than the first three that you've written, that for the other methods that we have seen, the efficiency of fuel conversion is compromised, and hence to increase that efficiency, we may take the aid of genetic engineering. Fourth generation biofuel talks about the usage of genetically transformed substrate. What is the substrate? Substrate is the plant product which we were using for biofuel production. The plant product, which was the sugarcane and its product and the others examples that we have taken, plant product, and genetically transformed microorganisms towards better fuel production. So this will give you, like let us say if you have the genetically engineered microalgae, its oil production, its sugar production will increased significantly, giving you a very higher quantity of the fuel production. Simple as that. Further, people, other than these generations of biofuel where microorganisms are playing a very, very instrumental role, we also have few other methods which are gaining a lot of popularity in the present time that you could have also mentioned. That is, number one, you could also talk about the microbial methanogenesis. Although we have talked about the methane generation earlier also, here we are talking about the usage of organic waste. Usage of organic waste to be anaerobically fermented. Anaerobic meaning in the absence of any air. The organic waste which could be anaerobically fermented to produce methane. Although you produce other gases as well, but methane is the major combustible gas which is produced, and it is this which is the main component of the produced gas that you call as the biogas, people. Alright? Now this organic waste could be anything like the cow dung. And you must have heard about the biogas plants which use the cow dung, into an enclosed setup, and it is allowed to ferment, and the methane keeps getting locked up into an inverted drum, and through a conduit it is utilized for the combustion purpose, to light up or even to use for the cooking gas. Alright. Otherwise, you can also have just simply added methane otherwise is a greenhouse gas, and left unutilized, it might also contribute to global warming. So you can say that it is kind of, offering you twin advantages. Further, we can also resort to a very popular method these days called microbial fuel cells or microfuel cells. You could also call them as microbial electrolytic cells. Microbial electrolytic cells. Now, these microbes, in particular, the various species of bacteria, they are capable of breaking down the various organic matter. Now, you know what? These bacteria, they use the organic matter to get their energy. And just like humans, for that matter, any other living entity in the entire biosphere, they use food. By breaking it down, they get the electrons from there. So this bacteria also, by breaking the organic matter, they generate electrons. And it is these electrons that we channelize to produce electric flow. Not just that, this electron further goes on also to form hydrogen, and this hydrogen gas is also a very efficient combustible fuel, you see. I can show you an image. This would have been a pertinent image to present in your answer sheet. Simply draw a box of, alright, so anything, you can just draw this, a chamber where on one side you allow the waste water, so the sewage water, let us say, having the organic material, the microbes break it down, and as they break down the organic matter, the electrons generated gets to flow along its potential gradient, and the hydrogen ions generated also move along to the other side, and they combine to produce the water. Similarly, people, the microbial fuel cell could also be utilized to produce the hydrogen gas. So you can always talk about this as well, but then you can just add a word of condition or a challenge that the microbial fuel cell, they cannot generate sufficient energy. They cannot generate sufficient energy for a large scale usage. So we are yet to manipulate and bring developments into the microbial fuel cells technology so that it remains useful for our practical purposes. These people are the various methods through which we can suggest how microorganisms can aid in biofuel generation or fuel generation in general, and could help reducing the dependency on the fossil fuels, or for that matter on the import. Towards the end of the answer, towards the conclusion, you could just touch upon two things. Although the question directly does not ask you that, but an ideal answer in science and technology in particular, it starts with the context of why you are discussing that, the meat of the answer, and then you leave with the future prospects. And also, if at all there are policy decisions happening in that direction. So just few informations on the government policies you can add on to that, right? For example, National Biofuel Policy, which was recently amended. So National Biofuel Policy 22. So National Biofuel Policy 2018 was amended to bring it to to be called as Biofuel Policy 22, wherein primarily the goal of the government is to ensure that we get to 20% ethanol mixing by 2026. So what was the revision that was done by amendment? Earlier, by 2018 policy, we had targeted 2030, but then we have kind of revised it to much earlier, target achieving. Further, it also talks about 5% of the usage of diesel in the biodiesel format by the period 2030. So 5% of the diesel consumption in the country would be going for the biodiesel production. Further, the government through this policy is also promoting the usage of excess food product towards biofuel production. The policy also talks about, under specific conditions, the export of biofuel. The policy also talks about promoting biofuel production through special economic zones under the Make in India program. Then you could simply also, I'm mentioning all these, an ideal answer might not have everything, this is just for the conclusion, because the question does not demand what are the policy initiatives. So just mentioning, the larger, trend would also suffice that yes, the things are moving in the right direction. Fine. Further, the Department of Biotechnology has also started various missions for R&D in biofuel. Recently, in 2022, Brazil and India started a Center for Excellence for bioethanol. So there they are promoting research on how to increase the efficiency of bioethanol production from the biological substrates using biological organisms, which is of course the microorganisms. Towards all that, the government suggests that by 2026, or by achieving the 20% of the mix of ethanol with the regular conventional fuel, the government would be able to save nearly $4 billion. So that is what that is corresponding to the demand of the question, which said discuss several ways in which microorganisms can help in meeting the current fuel shortage. That I think would suffice to get decent marks in this.
Moving on to the discussion of GS paper 3, question number 7. Now this is a disaster management question. It says that dam failures are always catastrophic, especially on the downstream side, resulting in a colossal loss of life and property. Analyze the various causes of dam failures. That's the first part of the question. Along with that, give 2 examples of some of the large dam failures. Now, some of the students, they told me that, ma'am, probably this question was put into place because of what happened in Libya recently. Well, probably the paper had already been set by the time the Libya floods happened, but nonetheless, we will never come to know of it. What I feel is that the question on the dam failures was there in the question paper because in 2021, there was this Dam Safety Act which was enacted by the Parliament. This is one bill which is very critical for a country like India because we have got more than 5,000 major dams in the country. Dams are always considered as a very, very critical infrastructure. And thereby, that always necessitated that we have a Dam Safety Act in place. Now that we have a Dam Safety Act in place, a question related to dam failures was put up under disaster management. You could have begun with that dams are indeed the high-risk infrastructure. And if you know the basics of disaster management, like I always tell in the class, that disasters are going to be a combination of hazard along with vulnerability. And a critical infrastructure like dams heightens the vulnerability for the downstream regions, for the lower riparian regions. So that is what the examiner is also putting in the introducing statement of the question. The idea essentially remains that dams are a critical infrastructure. So critical infrastructure means that they will increase the vulnerability, they will compound the vulnerability. And what can be the major reasons of dam failures? Both natural factors can be responsible for dam failures as well as human factors can be responsible for dam failures. But again, what we have to keep in mind is whenever disasters happen, it's always a combination of multiple factors which result in a particular kind of disaster. So in case of dam failures as well, what has been evident from the experiences, and they're asking you about the recent examples or the major examples. So what has been evident from the major examples is that it has been mostly combination of the factors interplaying with each other. So one of the reasons that we have got dam failures is the structural failure. The structural failure can be because of engineering errors. Engineering errors wherein poor quality material, construction material can be used, or the civil engineering, some kind of that technocratic details related to that could have gone wrong. Or there could be some kind of designing errors as well. Structural failure can also occur when the dams are aging or the dams are poorly maintained. And that happens, the risks related to Mulai Periyar. Being in the country, you must be aware about the concerns related to Mulai Periyar between Tamil Nadu and Kerala. So, aging of the dams, the poorly maintained dams which lead to dilapidated structures, that remain one of the reasons. Another is natural hazards. Natural hazards like earthquakes, intense precipitation, the cloudburst events which can happen in the catchment of the dams. Along with that, the landslides or the glacial lake outburst floods, similarly avalanches which can happen in the catchment of the dams, can be a possible factor as well for dam failure. Sometimes human factors also include the explosions. Explosions as in the intentional breach which is caused at the time of conflict, at the time of war, which is also a probability, cannot be ruled out. Then of course, it's always a combination of factors. Talking about the examples, you could have very well put up the example from Libya. So there was extreme precipitation which happened because of Storm Daniel, which happened in the catchment of the dams. There were 2 dams in Libya. in the upstream of city of Derna. And both the dams, they collapsed, they breached. There was a structural failure. Why did that happen? Because they were poorly maintained dams. It has been now when so much of loss of life and economic losses have happened, things are coming to light. And it's being revealed that it was known to the authorities, to the administration, that these dams were poorly maintained dams. But since no adequate measures were undertaken by the administration for upkeep of the dams, therefore, at the time of intense precipitation, and because of climate change, these kind of intense precipitation events or these kind of deadlier storms are going to increase. So that could have been one example mentioned by you. Coming on to India, the Machu Dam collapse, which happened in Morbi region in Gujarat back in 1979, again because of very heavy rainfall or torrential rainfall. The Tiwari Dam failure of Ratnagiri, which happened again in 2019 because of heavy rainfall. Then if you know about Uttarakhand case over here, the Rishi Ganga Dam, it was destroyed now. Whether it was an avalanche or it was glacial burst, that still is unknown. Some of the experts have called it as an avalanche, some others have called it as a glacial burst. So like I said, avalanches, gulfs, landslides, earthquakes, intense precipitations in the catchment of the dam are always making the dams more vulnerable. So because of that, the Rishi Ganga Dam collapsed, but then that heavy flooding which was happening collapsed another dam as well, the Tapovan hydropower plant, which was under construction. And last, if you know about it, this Kakoppa Dam, possibly because of intentional breach or explosion or whatever. But these are some of the examples. Now, in the classes, I have discussed about examples as well. I repeat, I have been telling that to students that in disaster management, they are increasingly asking you examples of the hazards of the disaster put up in the question. They have done that in the past. Earthquake-related hazards, that was one of the questions back in 2021, yes. So earthquake-related hazards, they asked you for the examples. This time, dam-related hazards or disasters, they're asking you for the examples. Always know examples of the disasters, major examples. You must be well versed with them. Coming on to the conclusion. The conclusion could have been India-specific, could have been combining the Dam Safety Act of the country with the Sendai framework as well. Because the Sendai framework, the second priority of the Sendai framework is strengthening governance for managing the risk. So, the second priority, if you're able to recollect the 4 priorities of the Sendai framework. So, the second priority of the Sendai framework is strengthening governance. Governance means that the countries should have their dam safety acts in place, should have the institutional architecture in place for supervision of the dams, for periodic surveillance of the dams, monitoring of the dams, upkeep of the dams, right? So now, since our government or India's National Disaster Management Act policy plan as well, and India has signed Sendai framework as well. So since India is committed to Sendai framework, therefore one of the major aspects of governance over here is having a legislative framework in the country for management of the dams. So now we have legislative framework and you understand the significance of this for India. Like I said, we are a country with more than 5,000 major dams. We are a country where many dams are more than 100 years old. They date back to the colonial times. So that's why it was always necessary for India to have Dam Safety Act in place. Moreover, many of the dams, they have come up. Where will dams come up in the country? In the Himalayan region or in the Western Ghat region. These are the 2 regions of the country which will have potential for or maximum potential for the dams. And now Himalayan region is a seismically active region. Western Ghats, because of climate change, has become very prone to cloudburst events. Himalayas are prone to other kind of hazards like gulfs as well. So one disaster leading to another, the cascading impact for both these regions remains quite high when it comes to dam failure. That's why it was always needed for India to have a Dam Safety Act of its own. Now we have it in place. So that could have been part of the conclusion. Moving on to the next question over here of environment. Now, Question number 8. And question number 8 is about the oil pollution. So what is oil pollution? What are its impacts on the marine ecosystems? In what way is oil pollution particularly harmful for a country like India? So you introduce your answer with a simple definition that oil pollution is defined as the contamination of the oceanic waters with oil films, with oil slick or a thin layer of oil. And it remains one of the major forms of marine pollution. The major reasons for this oil spill or oil pollution in the coastal areas or in the oceans, one of them is the offshore oil drilling. So drilling the rigs, the wells, when petroleum products they are extracted, that remains one of the reasons. Oil spills, on the other hand, can also happen from the shipping and the commercial vehicles. The vessels which pass through the sea lanes of communication, the heavier fuels which are used by these large ships, such as the bunker fuel which is used. So this will always have a tendency to form a thin film over the water surface, and that is what becomes the reasons for oil pollution. The impact of this, and one of the examples before I move on to the impact, the Deepwater Horizon explosion which happened in Gulf of Mexico. This was a major one, and this remains one of the worst oil spill accidents, because what may happen is that, though we'll talk about it under impacts, after there has been an oil spill, there could be fires which could be enraged because of ignition of those hydrocarbons. That is exactly what happened at the time of Deepwater Horizon explosion. So that remains one of the worst examples of the oil spill accidents. Impact on the marine ecosystems. Now, impact on the marine ecosystems, first is that the marine animals, flora, fauna, both will be affected adversely. But the marine animals like the birds, turtles, mammals, they can ingest these hydrocarbons, they can inhale these hydrocarbons. So that's going to result into bioaccumulation of the pollutants into their body that will affect them. But at the same time, what may happen is it can smother the fishes, the fur-bearing animals like sea otters, etc., which can die because of hypothermia. If you know about it, the fur-bearing animals, they have a layer of fur, and this fur provides them insulation. It provides them insulation against the cold temperatures. So now, when this oil spills, it starts to enter into the fur. It affects with their ability to provide for insulation. And then because of very, very cold temperatures, since these animals are not able to safeguard themselves, protect themselves against the cold temperatures, they die because of the chill. So that's called as their death because of hypothermia. Then, like I said, one of the implications is going to be the raging fires over the oceans, which causes air pollution as well, along with marine pollution, and that will affect the coastal population or the population living in the proximity of where the oil spill happened. So the implications are environmental as well as economic. One of the parts of the question is, if I go back to it, the question over here, one of the parts of the question is that in what way is oil pollution particularly harmful for a country like India? So now you have to discuss why could it be harmful for a country like India. Now it becomes harmful for a country like India because our coastal areas are abuzz with commercial activity. We have a long coastline, again getting back to the long coastline thing, we have a fragile coastal ecology. We have a long coastline, we have a fragile coastal ecology. Our coastal economic activities have increased over the years and the coastal regions are very, very densely populated. And in case anything happens in the offshore waters of the country, that becomes absolutely disastrous for the coastal areas in the proximity of where the accident happens. So talk about the commercial activities like the ports, the offshore oil and gas extraction which happens, the fragile ecosystems which we have, so the ecological integrity of the coastal areas, the mangroves are there, estuarine wetlands, lagoons are going to be there, and these will harbor a lot of biodiversity, and this biodiversity is offering many tangible and intangible ecosystem services. So basically the fishery sector can be adversely impacted. We were just talking about how the coastal areas, they offer a lot of fisheries-based aquaculture prospects, the seaweed-based aquaculture prospect, the algal culture, the shrimp farming, I was talking about the paddy cum fish cultivation in Pokalis of Kerala. So you know about that there are these coastal areas which offer a lot of economic opportunities, tourism prospects as well to our coastal population. And if at all these kind of oil spills happen, it is going to compromise with their tourism prospects. Then the human impact on the health of the coastal population. It can cause them ailments because of the water contamination. It can cause them ailments because of the air pollution caused by the oil spill in case the fires are there, right? So densely populated areas and the impact on the human health. These are some of the risks. Since we are now, the economic activity, commercial activity is accelerating over the coastal areas, population density is increasing, so anthropogenic pressures are on the rise. At the same time, we understand the fragility or the significance of the ecological systems of the coastal areas. That's why it becomes pertinent or it becomes a real concern in the context of India. You can conclude this answer by discussing about the Marpol Convention along with the 12th part of the UNCLOS, both of which, so Marpol is exclusively, essentially Marpol is dealing with, it has the provisions for prevention of oil pollution because of these commercial vessels, etc. And UNCLOS, the 12th part, it deals with marine pollution as well. It deals with all types of marine pollution, which will include plastic pollution, the radioactive pollution. But of course, one of the major forms of pollution remains the oil pollution for the oceans. So you discuss about that Marpol and part 12 of UNCLOS in your conclusion.
Winning of hearts and minds in terrorism affected areas is an essential step in restoring the trust of the population. Discuss the measures adopted by Government of India in this respect as a part of the conflict resolution in Jammu and Kashmir. As regards terrorism as a phenomenon is concerned, so terrorism is this generalized definition of terrorism, if we can have a look at. It deals with killing of innocent. It deals with killing of innocent. Though we don't have any universal acceptability in terms of the definition of terrorism, different institutions, different governments have accordingly defined this term terrorism. So the one underlying current or the underlying idea is that it results in killing of innocents, which can be influenced by religious concerns, ideological concerns, pathological concerns. Yes, at times when the society is aggrieved, it may also resort to terrorist tendencies. It may also resort to the terrorist activities. In fact, though it is not an idea which must have acceptance in any of the civilized democratic setup. But as per Ali Khan, the society, whenever the society will be aggrieved, it may resort to the terrorist tendencies. Though it's a very weak argument, but yes, at times we can say the societies which are saddled with the conflicts often reproduce the differentiation and the distancing in the form of a mentality that is referred as us versus them. Of course, this mentality or the core idea behind the development of this mentality is what? You can say the aggrieved society. Apart from this aggrieved society, also a sense of deprivation which is prevailing among them. Now, over the period of time, before we get into WHAM, winning hearts and minds with respect to Jammu and Kashmir, let's talk about a number of reasons which have been a facilitating factor, responsible factor for the development of this us versus them mentality. It can be seen in the form of various crackdowns, arrest and the killing of terrorists. More specifically, killing of the local youths or the local terrorists also. Then extension of the laws such as Public Safety Act and Armed Forces Special Powers Act has also resulted in what? Has also resulted in a kind of, you can say, sentiments that is prevailing specifically among the Kashmiri population, that they are acting as a symbol of discrimination, as a symbol of high-handedness. Ample amount of power is given to the security forces. It is more or less manifested as a license to kill over there, that not only results in the human right violation over there, but also gives the unwarranted set of powers to the security personnel, and they behave like the judge on the situation, judge on the spot over there, and the suspect is merely at the discretion of the men in uniform over there. In fact, such observations have also been made on part of the notable committees such as Justice Santosh Hegde Committee, constituted in the year 2013, which has asserted upon the need of bringing more accountability into the security forces. So, Public Safety Acts, Armed Forces Special Powers Act, as well as social media influence. Social media influence portraying a negative image of Indian government. Portraying a negative image of the Indian government. In fact, social media at times is a new norm for a new militancy. In fact, it is one such aspect that has also been highlighted in one of the recent meeting, which has been chaired by the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of the Jammu and Kashmir with the senior army officials. They have highlighted upon the need of this. They have observed that this nexus between the social media and the internet at times is also resulting in the security unrest in the valley region. How come? By radicalization. That means filling the ranks by radicalization under the influence of social media. And this radicalization, as I said, it is revolving around what? Anti-India propaganda in the valley. In fact, as per one of the recent ORF report, after the abrogation of Article 370 in Valley, these Valley resident, specifically the youth fraternity, they feel themselves as what? A second-class citizen. They feel themselves as second-class citizens after all the privileges have been taken away from them under Article 370. In fact, there is a notable statement also which came from one of the bureaucrats from the Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Faisal. Mr. Faisal was of the opinion, he said, India is like that father of Kashmir who never comes home. His father is like a father who never comes home over there. Also, Sinha delegation, which was appointed as a part of the track 2 diplomacy, which is aiming at confidence building measure. This Sinha delegation was also of the opinion that there is a sense of discrimination. There is a sense of discrimination which prevails among the Kashmiri people. That means what we'll observe is that Kashmir has become, there is a phrase which can in fact be utilized for this. This Kashmir is like a pressure cooker with no safety walls. No safety walls means what? What are the safety walls in the democracy? The elections. The regular election, the freedom of speech and expression over there, the freedom to move freely, the freedom to exercise internet, apart from that dialogue process. These are acting as the safety walls in any of the democratic setup. And unfortunately, now Kashmir has become a pressure cooker with no safety wall. That is one of the apprehension which has been observed on part of the Sinha delegation. So, these are, you can say, certain important aspects with respect to the development of us versus them mentality. But of course, in order to counter this us versus them mentality, WHAM initiatives have also been taken on part of the government of India. WHAM initiatives, as of you see, they are aimed at the development of congenial environment. They are aimed at the development of a congenial environment by following a human approach, by following a humanitarian approach towards the people of Kashmir, and accordingly an environment of trust and belief, an environment of trust and belief also need to be created over there. And of course, here the core idea behind this congenial environment is what? That they should not only act as a development agent, an agent of change over there, but also the power should also be exercised in a benevolent manner. The power should also be exercised, it should be exercised in a benevolent manner. Because eventually you see what is going to be the solution. Eventually the development is going to be the solution. In fact, it is going to be a long-term solution. For this matter, one of the statement which is given by a notable defense analyst, Mr. Robert McNamara, can be taken into consideration, whereby Mr. McNamara is of the opinion that security in the modern times is not purely a military hardware. It is not purely a military activity, though at times they may encompass the two. When security is basically development and development is security, without development the security cannot be ensured. Security cannot be, of course, so development has to be a solution. So a few of the WHAM measure that we can see on part of the government is like Ustad scheme, Ustad, Udan, Nai Manzil initiative taken by government of India. Then apart from the Nai Manzil initiative, we can also mention Operation Sadbhavana. Operation Sadbhavana. Under the Operation Sadbhavana, what we can say is the residential as well as Goodwill School, residential as well as the Goodwill School are the one which are developed. And the best part of this is that not even a single recruit in the terrorist faction belong to this Goodwill and the residential schools. So of course they are resulting in the positive outcomes over there. Then Indian Army on the annual basis is also organizing the tours, more specifically the integration tour. Around 100 integration tours are the one which are organized by the Indian Army, and in this Operation Sadbhavana budget has been increased to 5,500 CR. This budget has been increased to the 5,500 CR by 2020. Then a number of the vocational centers are also developed over there. And apart from that, this Himayat scheme is also being launched by government of India in Jammu and Kashmir. Then, as a part of the confidence building measure, the Indian Army has said that the intensity of the operation all clear will also be reduced over there. Then after the abrogation of Article 370, the Indian Army initiated an operation called Operation Reach Out. Operation Reach Out. Under this Operation Reach Out, what we will observe is that all the basic amenities such as water, food supply and medical facilities, food supply and medical amenities are extended. You might be remember that was COVID-19 scenario. So all these amenities they were extended to them by the Indian Army. Then there is another mission called Mission Pahel. Mission Pahel. Under a part of the Mission Pahel, the dialogue process is also initiated with the Kashmiri youth. The dialogue process is also initiated, and recently you see hardly 5-6 days back the release of the Mirwais Umar Farooq, who was the leader of one of the separatist faction in the Kashmir, is also taken as what? Is also taken as one of the confidence building measure over there. So these operations like Operation Pahel for the initiation of dialogue with the youth fraternity in Kashmir, they act like a ventilation therapy. They act like a ventilation therapy over there for the Kashmiri youth over there. So overall, if we have to provide conclusion to such kind of question, it can be given in a manner that it is the right time when the New Delhi must make the better utilization of the confidence building measure, not only to ensure the peace in the valley, but also to facilitate the development and promoting the feeling of integration, not only assimilation over there as a political, or you can say as a part of the political strategy, to include Kashmir merely as a geographical domain over there. So it was again a very simple question. Sorry, that was asked in the security portion. The second question that they have raised in the security was from the non-conventional warfare. That was with respect to the unmanned aerial vehicles. Let's have a look at the question first. The use of unmanned aerial vehicles by our adversaries across the borders to ferry arms, ammunition, drugs is a serious threat to the internal security. Comment on the measures being taken to tackle the threat over there. This unmanned aerial vehicle, they are commonly called as drones. They are commonly known as drones over there. And these drones, they can be operated by means of software, or also they can be maneuvered by onboard system. They can also be maneuvered by an onboard system with the help of computer network. Now, based upon the utility, they can be charged either by electricity or by the fuels or by any other source of energy also. So depending upon the utility, they can accordingly be charged. And further these drones, they can be classified into three categories. Number one, fixed wing, and then is single rotor, and then is multi-rotor. These fixed wing drones, they more or less are the fastest among all. They are fastest among the three. The single rotor over there, they work like helicopters. They work like choppers. And this multi-rotor, they are best with respect to its positioning, best with respect to its, you can say, control. In terms of the control or in terms of the positioning, this multi-rotor drones are the one which are best in the categories. Now, over a prolonged period of time, what we have observed, that these drones, they can be a matter of threat to our national security. More specifically, after a few of the notable events that we have observed in India, like in 2021, on one of the Indian Air Force station in Jammu, then hexacopter drone was the one which was intercepted with the improvised explosive devices over there. And last year itself, more than 190 drones have been intercepted by the BSF across the Indian-Pakistan border. They were involved in the act of, you can say, the drug trafficking as well as the ammunition trafficking in the country. Apart from that, number of the drones, they have also been detected in the other parts of the country. Now, how these drones are, or UAV are, the matter of internal security, and more specifically these days, they are even preferred over the cruise missiles. How they are a threat? First is in terms of their undetectability. In terms of their undetectability, they are not easily detectable over there because they are having comparatively smaller radio cross section. Radio cross section means, you see, if we talk about the aircrafts, they basically emit the radio waves of very short impulses. It is very easy to track them down, but it is very difficult for them because they are having very smaller radio cross section. Apart from that, the size is very smaller. So even after detection, it is very difficult to shoot. Even after its detection, it is very difficult to shoot them. Then due to the longer borders, you see, India is one such country whose diversification can even be seen with respect to the borders. We are having the borders ranging from the hilly terrains to the deserts, from the marshy lands to the sea borders. So what we can see, what we observe over here, that the detection becomes very difficult because of the diversity in the borders over there. Then these drones, they are having what? Operational flexibility. They are having what? Operational flexibility. Operational flexibility means, you see, they are more efficient than the conventional weapons. They are more efficient than the conventional weapons. In fact, one of the example for this which can observed over there is that exactly on the roof of that IAF station was that particular drone. Hexacopter drone was the one which was dropped in fact dropped that IED over there. So they are unmanned, so they don't offer a threat to any person. They are unmanned, so they don't offer any threat to any of the person over there. And these drones are the one which are easily available. These drones are the one which are easily available. So like in multiple ways, what we can say, they are offering the threat to the national security by one way or the other. Yes, as a part of the certain set of the counter mechanisms that we have adopted in order to overcome the challenges, these counter initiatives can be enumerated as the drone rules of 2021. The drone rules of 2021, which have been published under the Aircraft Act, which have been published under the Aircraft Act of 1934. Aircraft Act of 1934. And this Aircraft Act basically deals with what? It deals with production, possession and operation. Production, possession and operation of civilian aircraft in India. Of civilian aircraft in India. All the major civilian aircrafts, their possession, their production and operation is governed by the Aircraft Act 1934. As per the new rules, the drone, this you can say any kind of drone import will fall under DGFT, Director General Foreign Trade over there. It is going to fall within the ambit of this office over there. The digital sky platform has also been divided into 3 zones, namely green zone, yellow zone and red zone. In green zone, you can fly the drones without any restriction. In yellow zone and red zone, you cannot fly the drones over there. Accordingly, you can see there are certain set of changes also that have been prescribed in the yellow zone. Like this yellow zone was reduced from 45 kilometer to 12 kilometer near the airport. Earlier it was 45 kilometer, now it has been reduced to what? 12 kilometer near from the airports over there. So prior permission is required to fly the drones in the yellow as well as the red zones over there. Apart from that, you see a unique identification number has been assigned to every drone. A unique identification number has been assigned to every drone over there. Apart from that, there are the liberalized drone rules 2021 which have also been released, or in fact these these liberalized drone rules are the one which are also facilitating what? They are also these liberalized drone rules are the one which are also putting the restrictions onto the fly of these drones. Apart from that, this PLI scheme, the PLI scheme is also one such effort in the same direction. Apart from that, UTM policy of the government of India, It is also one such policy to regulate the drones. Then we have already talked about drone certification scheme. So drone certification is also one such effort in the same direction. Then we have a mission called Mission Drone Shakti. Mission Drone Shakti. This Mission Drone Shakti is also announced for, you can say, supporting the drone startups in the country. So these are, you can say, multiple set of rules and regulations that can be observed or that can be seen with respect to the control on the drones, so that they are not appearing to be a threat to the national security of the.
Number 11. Okay. Question number 11 was about most of unemployment in India is structural in nature. Okay, they are just giving a statement. Examine the methodology adopted to compute unemployment in the country and suggest improvement. Well, this question could have been started from the second sentence also, and you would have to give the similar argument. What is the relevance of this first statement? Basically, when they say most of the unemployment is structural in nature, they are trying to ask that how do we measure the structural unemployment? Structural unemployment means the unemployment which is coming through structural changes in the economy. And when the unemployment comes through structural changes, they are relatively persistent type of unemployment. Okay, unlike the seasonal unemployment, which is unemployment in one season and not in the other. So, keeping that in mind, you have to give the methodology adopted to compute unemployment. And then finally, they are also telling you to suggest improvements. 250 words, so a lot of scope is there to talk about. We'll first talk about methodology adopted to compute unemployment. This is one of the core economics questions. Fine, there are other core economics questions also, but I think one of the questions where more and more formal economics can be talked about. So the first thing that we talk about is related to the methodology to compute unemployment. And then the improvements. I would say improvement shouldn't be devoted more than 60-70 words maybe, okay, because actually that would be difficult to get more and more points beyond a point. So spend more time on methodology. Roughly at least 150 words you can devote to this part. Even if slightly more, it will be okay. Well, you can even start with a little historical aspect of it, because you have some time and space to write upon. The methodology has multiple things. One is that we have some unemployment indicators. The most common unemployment indicator is unemployment rate. And what exactly is the meaning of unemployment rate? It is a ratio of the number of unemployed persons divided by the labor force. You can even write in words that it's as a proportion of labor force, how many people are unemployed is given by unemployment rate. And to put it in percentage, we multiply this by 100. So in newspapers, you must have seen these percentages, 7% unemployment rate, 8%, etc. So the first thing in methodology is unemployment indicator. The most common indicator is unemployment rate. Labor force, by the way, means the part of population which is seeking jobs, okay, which are in the job market looking for job. As a proportion of them, how many of them fail to get job are the unemployed persons. Okay, what else? The second thing is that how do we get labor force? How do we get number of unemployed persons, etc.? In order to do that, we have the household surveys on employment and unemployment. the household surveys on employment and unemployment is needed. Don't forget, we cannot have unemployment or employment data without household surveys, because we are living in a country where majority of employment is coming still from informal sector, where the data is not clearly indicating both the magnitude of employment and unemployment. This household survey was earlier done by NSSO. It was earlier done by NSSO, and we used to call it EUS, Employment Unemployment Survey. E for employment, U for unemployment survey. Now, since around 2017-18, this is being done. For some years NSSO, but later on, recently in 2019, we have merger of CSO and NSSO into NSO, and this survey is named as PLFS, the Periodic Labor Force Survey. So the earlier Employment Unemployment Survey is now the Periodic Labor Force Survey. Since you have some word limit which is bigger, you can generally talk about the surveys also. What happens in these surveys? The households are visited by these agencies, NSSO or NSO. They are asked certain questions like for how long they were looking for employment, during that period for how long did they actually work, what was the exact activity in which they were working, things like that. For how long did they work in one activity and in the other. So all these detailed questions are asked in the survey. Clearly, you can't talk about every detail here, and most of you will not be aware, because this is again very core economic area. Unless someone has a good background in economics, they will not know all the features of the survey. But broadly, you can tell. The households are visited, questions about how many people are seeking jobs are taken, how many of them got the job, what kind of activity is there, etc. That is all being asked about. On the basis of their responses, the unemployment, employment, both are calculated. Here we have to talk mainly about unemployment. Now we come to the third part. Okay, the first part was indicator, second part was getting the data. Okay, the household surveys, etc. is for data collection. But just data collection is not enough. This data has to be taken up in a figure that will tell us number of unemployed or labor force, etc. For that, there are three methods used. There are three methods used to classify, again, both employment and unemployment. Remember, had this question been also on measurement of employment, your answer would have gone in a similar way. Because employment, unemployment are like two sides of the same coin, and therefore the answer would have come in more or less a similar way. What are these three methods? One is called usual status. Usual status, or sometimes formally we call it as usual principal and subsidiary status. UPSS, same thing. US or UPSS, usual principal and subsidiary status. The meaning of usual status is that in this case, in the household survey, these are all survey methods. In the household survey, the reference period used is 1 year or nearly 1 year, and the minimum days of work for being employed, the minimum days of work for being classified as employed is 30 days. Okay, in other words, if over the last year as in 1 year before the survey, if a person claims that he or she worked for even 30 days or above, obviously, then he or she will be called employed. If the person didn't work even for 30 days, then he or she will be called unemployed. So, since this was a question on unemployment, you can write unemployed if person did not get work even for 30 days in the last 1 year. Okay, one more clarity. Since you had longer word limit, you can write that. Why we call it principal and subsidiary status? Because when this 30 days is being counted, the freedom is given that these 30 days may be in your principal economic activity or in your subsidiary economic activity or both of them together. So these 30 days can be principal plus subsidiary. Okay, for example, if the survey is being done for a farmer household, the farmer's principal economic activity is farming. So when the farmer is being asked that whether you were working in the last 1 year or not for 30 days, it is possible that the farmer worked for 20 days in farming and another 20 days in, say, MG Narega. In this case, MG Narega is subsidiary work for the farmer. So 20 plus 20, 40, that will also make the person employed. So with principal and subsidiary activity together, if the person is working for 30 or more, then employed, else unemployed. This is how unemployment is measured by the usual status method. What are the other two methods? The second method is called CWS, current weekly status. Current weekly status or CWS. In this case, I'll be just brief over here because the logic is similar. The reference period is 1 week before the survey, and within this 1 week, the minimum economic activity needed is 1 hour. Okay, so in simple words, whenever the survey is taken up, during 1 week before that survey, if a person worked for 1 hour also in the entire week, if in the entire week the person worked for even 1 hour, then he or she will be called employed, else unemployed. Okay, if the person didn't get even 1 hour work, then unemployed. Somewhat similar to the usual status in its nature, but still there are differences. The third one is quite different than these two. We call it CDS, current daily status. In current daily status also, the reference period is 1 week. Just like CWS, the reference period is 1 week, but the economic activity is measured in another way. What happens here? On each day in the last week, okay, reference period is 1 week, and on each day, the person's hours of work is asked. Say on a single day, a person may have worked for 1 hour, on another day 2 hours, on another day 3 hours, and so on. And then they divide it in 3 categories. If the person's hour of work is below 1 hour, then they call it 0% day of employment. 0% day of employment. If it is between 1 to 4 hours, 0.5% day of employment. If it is 4 or more, 4 plus hours, then full 1% day of employment. Now remember, we are measuring here unemployment. But don't worry, just reverse it. when a person is working for below 1 hour, there is 0% day of employment. It is same as telling 1% day of unemployment. 0% day of employment means 1% day of unemployment. In the second part, half. In the third, there is 0% day of unemployment. And then all these percent days are added to calculate the unemployment rate. You don't need to go into all detail beyond that. But these are the methods that you needed to talk about in the context of the measurement of employment. They are not asking much beyond that, so no need to write it. Yes, they are asking, suggest some improvements. So as far as the improvements are concerned, improvement suggested. One improvement that you can say is that the minimum economic activity for employment can be increased. So you may have seen that 30 days out of 1 year may not be enough. It can be increased slightly. Or 1 hour out of the entire week may not be enough. So the economic activity criteria for employment can be increased slightly. What else can be done? We can include nature of work also, rather than just whether they were employed or not. The nature of work and not just hours of work should be included. However, it is easier said than done, because in a complex economy like India, getting exact classification of nature of work is not easy, but yet desirable. Then we can say more regular household surveys can be done. More regular household surveys can be done, and particularly we can use digital survey in this. Since we had a question on digitalization also, you can link somewhere this, that through digital surveys etc. we can have more frequent surveys. By the way, already in India we are having quarterly estimates on employment, unemployment. That's a good thing. But other than that also we should be having more frequent surveys in order to have a quick regular track of the employment levels. Okay. So I think that's fair enough for the question number 11. Let's come to the remaining questions. 2 more questions remain on economics. Again, this question which we are going to do may not be answered just from the economic viewpoint, but still there is more economy than other things here. The question said, this is question number 12, distinguish between care economy and monetized economy. The first part, how can care economy be brought into monetized economy through women empowerment? Okay, so 2 parts again, 250 words. So fair enough to have, if not half. The distinguish between care economy and monetized economy can be devoted maybe 100 words or slightly less, and then more time and space can be given to how can care economy be brought into monetized economy through the women empowerment. Okay, let's discuss care economy and monetized economy first. So this is question number 12, paper 3. Care economy basically is a reference to such an economy where the activities are included. So you can say this, the care economy includes activities that people perform daily. Often in our homes. So this is more of a home-based work. Whether all people perform it or not, it's another matter. But those who are performing it daily at their homes, this is called the care economy. What kind of examples can we talk of here? So you can say this includes taking care of family members, and within family members, mainly elderly population and children. And then you can give a number of examples of the things, because since you have to spend some words, at least say 80-90 words minimum on care and monetized economy, you can give some example of taking care of the family members, etc. So some examples can be cooking meals for everyone, actually, mainly for elderly, children, etc. Then cleaning house can also be a part of the care economy. Say shopping for groceries, and things like that. You can also include here assisting children in their education, assisting children in their education, or providing medical assistance to the elderly. By medical assistance, we mean not the medical treatment, obviously, but medical assistance as in giving medicines on time, or taking care of other medical necessities of the elderly population, and so on. These are all parts of care economy. Now, you have to also distinguish between care and the monetized economy. And the distinguished factor comes that in most countries, including India, these activities are unpaid. These activities are mostly unpaid. And that is where the difference comes in. Since these are unpaid, therefore, these are not counted as economic activity. These are not counted as economic activities, and therefore not part of national income like GDP. So this is true for India, this is true for most of the countries as well. I'll give you one exception soon where changes are coming in. Then you can talk about the meaning of monetized economy and how is it different from the care economy. Monetized economy includes economic activities So in monetized economy, we have the activities for which formal payments are made. There are formal payments which are made in the monetized economy, and it includes everything actually. The formal payments may be on goods as well as services. So basically monetized economy is what we talk about in GDP. This is where we have contribution to GDP. anyone who understands GDP can easily understand monetized economy. In GDP, we talk about the money value of the different final goods and services. So when we are buying agricultural good, we make a payment. When we are buying industrial goods, we make a payment. When we are buying other services, we make a payment for transportation, for communication, for banking services, etc. Somewhere or the other, we are making payment. So these things are for which formal payments are made. Okay, so for which formal payments are made, and therefore they contribute to GDP, unlike the care economy. So the basic difference here is that, and that was the first part of the question actually, distinguish between care economy and monetized economy. You can define both and then say what are the differences between them. However, at the same time, you can also say some similarities. I'm just telling you because the question was not on that. Despite the fact that one is unpaid, the other is paid, many activities are similar in both. So, for example, a mother who is teaching their children at home is performing the same or similar activity as a tutor would have come and taught them at home. Okay, now these examples are important for answering the second part of the question all the more. So both mother educating children and a tutor teaching a child is a similar activity which is going on there. Or for that matter, whether a person who is taking care of their parents' medical emergency at home, okay, giving them medicines or taking care of other problems, can have its monetized economy counterpart in hiring of nurses. So nurses are doing precisely the similar activity, if not same, as a family member can be doing over here. So in many cases, similarly, a maid for household work will mean a monetized economy versus when household cleaning is done by the family members. Or a cook who is cooking meals at home for a salary is similar to, let's say, a lady who is cooking that meal at particular home. So you already got hint from these examples about the second part of the question, which is talking about how can care economy be brought into monetized economy through women empowerment. Now be careful. The question is not asking that how will this lead to women empowerment. It is telling through women empowerment. So actually there is a two-way relationship between them. You can talk about the fact that when care economy is made a part of monetized economy, there is a two-way relationship vis-a-vis women. Although the question is not asking it, but this understanding will help you. One is that this leads to the care economy made a part of monetized economy leads to women empowerment. Had it been there, it would have been easier because it's easier to justify how this leads to women empowerment. For example, you will see that if women can be given wages for what they do at home, that will clearly lead to their empowerment. That will lead to more employment generation for them. That will lead to more employment among women, higher income, etc. It's like telling a mother who is teaching their kids at home, if she works as a private tutor somewhere, she'll be getting employment and more income. Or if we keep our cultural issues aside, even if a woman who is, say, cooking meals at home, cooks it at someone else's home, she can get employment and higher income. And why not? The maids are earning income in a respectful manner, getting more employment and more income, empowering them. So care economy, when is brought as a part of monetized economy, it clearly leads to women empowerment. But the question is slightly differently worded. It is telling how can this be brought through women empowerment? As in, the impact of women empowerment on this transformation, care economy being made a part of monetized economy. What can we talk about over here? Okay, well, slightly subjective issue, but still, let's see what can be talked about. Then you have to take some examples of women empowerment. And then, through these examples of women empowerment, you can argue how can it lead to care economy made a part of the monetized economy. For example, one can say that one aspect of women empowerment is more educated women. When women empowerment is not just about earning money or being employed. So that is why this question is very good combination of economics and social issues for sure. It cannot be regarded a core economics question, but a lot of link between economics and social issues can be brought in. So more the educated the women, the more will be capacity to work as a professional teacher. And when the woman works as a professional teacher, then she gets salary. Her care economy logic has been converted to the monetized economy. So more educated women, more capacity to work as a professional teacher. And therefore, you can say that this will lead to a shift from care economy to monetized economy. One can give more similar examples over here. Like one aspect of women empowerment, one is more educated women, one is more authority with women in household decision making. When women have more authority in decision making in the household, they can actually take decisions to join formal employment. That has happened in many countries actually, where gradually as the women's authority in household decision making has improved, they have joined more formal employment. This is again a shift from care economy to the monetized economy. So that is one of the reasons why in developed countries, even in Asian developed countries, we are finding that the female workforce participation ratio is much higher compared to a country like India. Actually, that works in two ways. On one hand, the more educated and skilled women go for working in industries and other services, while slightly less skilled work at their home, okay, as say nurse or other agents who can take care, who can cook meals, etc. So that is two ways in which the women empowerment is leading to the shift from care economy to the monetized economy. Okay, there are other things also which we can talk about, like education, authority. You can talk about financial inclusion. Better financial inclusion among women itself is a feature of women empowerment. So when women are having better financial inclusion, that is where they have more capacity to be self-employed, or if not self-employed also, to upgrade their skills. So once women themselves are having better financial inclusion, they have bank accounts and savings, etc. They can initiate some self-employed initiative. The SHGs, etc. are often more common. The SHGs, the self-help groups, are more common among those women or women groups who are already in the good savings culture. which is a sign of women empowerment, leading to a movement towards monetized economy. Or they can use this money to upgrade their skills and apply for more skilled jobs, etc. I think even if these things are elaborated, there are enough things to talk about over there. Clearly, there are many more ways. This can be subjectively taken in a much more detailed manner as well. So remember, this was on how women empowerment leads to the transformation. By the way, in general, this debate is very common. The question was not on that. Let me generally tell you. In India, this debate is there for last few years, particularly since the COVID times, all the more. That should the household work be included in the national income? There are pros and cons of it, which we are not going into here. On that, there was not a question, basically. But some countries are actually doing it. Colombia is one example. Colombia is among the few countries, or among the first pioneering country, you can say, where since 2010, the Department of Statistics there is calculating the value of the household work, which are mostly done by women. And over a period of a decade or so, the Colombian ministry claims that roughly about 20% of their GDP is coming from that work which was earlier under care economy and now under the monetized economy. So this can be a good initiative for a country like India also, to include the work done by women mainly, also by men, in the households which are unpaid, to be brought under the paid work. That is a transformation from the care to the monetized economy.
Explain the changes in cropping pattern in India in the context of changes in the consumption and marketing conditions. Explain the changes in cropping pattern in India in the context of changes in consumption and marketing conditions. Again, what is implicit? The implicit is that cropping patterns in India have changed. Okay? And it is also assumed here that changes have taken place because changes in consumption, changes in marketing condition. What is the cropping pattern? Whenever we talk about pattern, we talk about geometric shape. When we say cropping pattern in India, basically I'm looking at the map of India and I'm looking at what all are the major crops in what all dominant areas. What is the crop that is cultivated in northwestern part of India, or southern part of India, peninsular part of India, eastern part, northeastern part. So the shape that I see when I look at the map of India and the different crops cultivated would be cropping pattern. What should decide a cropping pattern? Okay. Before we start with what should decide a cropping pattern? Cropping pattern should be decided by the climatic conditions or physiographic conditions. It is basically the agroclimatic conditions which should decide the cropping pattern. And the cropping pattern in India has seen a change in context of consumption and marketing. Okay. How would you start the question? Explain the changes in cropping pattern in India in the context. Let's say if I attempt to start the question, cropping patterns in the world are generally determined by the climatic conditions, and this was also the system in India up till the Green Revolution. 100 centimeter iso height separates the rice cultivating regions of India from the wheat cultivating regions. Okay, this is, let's say, one way of introducing. Or I can have a discussion on what are the cropping patterns that have, or let's say, I write an introduction. Cropping patterns in India, cropping pattern in any part of the world are generally shaped by the climatic conditions in that region, where soil factors also play some kind of a role. But over a period of time in India, we have noticed a significant change in the cropping patterns, where the crops cultivated in a particular region do not reflect the climatic controls. Okay, is there I have started this question. Then major part of the question, what explains the cropping pattern in context of changes in consumption and marketing? When you look at marketing, what has led to the change in the cropping pattern of India? There are a number of areas where we see a lot of change. जैसे पंजाब में up till 1966-67 only 3 lakh hectares of land was cultivating paddy. अभी पंजाब में we have around 31 lakh hectares of land which is cultivating paddy. So from 3 lakh hectares to 31 lakh hectares is the increase in the area under paddy cultivation. And is this area suitable for paddy cultivation? No. Same ways Haryana, Western UP. These are areas which do not have the rainfall, where the paddy crop cannot be cultivated without irrigation. But due to certain reasons, farmers are cultivating it. Similarly, Marathwada region. Marathwada is an area which used to cultivate crops like, for example, jowar. It used to cultivate cotton. But now sugarcane is emerging as a dominant crop. So cropping patterns have changed. Maize is being replaced in Punjab by paddy. Arhar is being replaced by paddy. Dharwad region of Karnataka, it used to be a very important region for the cultivation of cotton. Now this area, southern Karnataka, is also moving towards cultivation of paddy. Though the ragi used to be the dominant food crop in this particular area. So cropping patterns in the country have seen a change. Marketing mein kya reason hai? What are the reasons related to marketing? The biggest reason for marketing is MSP, minimum support price. See, we know that MSP is announced by the government on a number of crops, okay, including FRP. 23 plus 2 crops are there for which MSP is given by the government. Though the government announces MSP for a number of crops, but MSP related procurement takes place only for rice, wheat, cotton and sugarcane to a large degree. These are the 4 crops which are generally procured by the government agencies. The rice and wheat by FCI, sugarcane directly sold by the farmers to the mills, and and cotton is being procured by Cotton Corporation of India. So when I look at a farmer, if a farmer is cultivating maize in Punjab, he would find it very difficult to sell maize in the market because the prices may fluctuate. But rice ke case mein, wheat ke case mein, what is going to happen is there is a guaranteed price that is given to me and I have a fixed market. FCI is the biggest market for me and I don't have to worry about the prices. So cropping patterns in Punjab have seen a change. Haryana have seen a change. Western UP have seen a change where farmers are cultivating paddy. Again, the same reason. Same ways, if I look at the southern regions of Haryana that border the areas of Rajasthan, जैसे the areas around Sirsa, the areas around Bhiwani, these are the areas where bajra used to be cultivated, but no longer. Now, these are the areas where rice is the major crop. Cropping patterns have changed. Again, the same reason, because rice you don't have to worry about the market. Same ways, we are having a FRP or fair and remunerative price for sugarcane. So the farmers need not worry about the price. They will sell the sugarcane directly to mill and they will get an assured price. So that is why dry areas like Marathwada, where sugarcane is considered as a reason of drought, it is cultivating a crop like sugarcane. Same goes for Karnataka as well, where instead of ragi, you choose to cultivate paddy. So the biggest reason is marketing. For marketing, the biggest reason is minimum support price. And it's because of the minimum support price, we have this. Achha. We just discussed about green revolution, and can I say the government encouraged the farmers of these areas of Punjab and Haryana to cultivate paddy? Achha. Why did the government encourage the farmers to cultivate paddy in Punjab and Haryana? The simple reason is that when you look at the consumption, it is not just marketing, but consumption which is also going to decide the cropping pattern. Who is the biggest purchaser of food grain in India? It is the government of India, where under the public distribution system, almost 67.5% of the total population in India is entitled to food grains under the public distribution system. And what is the grain that the government is giving? Government is giving the grains only rice, wheat, and sugar is given other than the grains. So when I look at the consumption, consumption में maximum role or the biggest role is played by the public distribution system. And what are we giving here? We are giving the crops, or we are giving the grains like only rice and wheat. And other than the grains, if I look at other agri commodities, sugar is given. That is why these are the crops which are dominant crops which are cultivated by most of the farmers. So when demand will be created only for these by FCI, then the farmers will cultivate only these crops because इसके लिए different market भी है और demand भी consumption भी इसी का है. Before green revolution in the country, we used to consume the local grains. जैसे southern Haryana, Rajasthan, they used to cultivate bajra. Bajra was the major diet of the people. But now it is confined only to the restaurants which are serving the local delicacies. Now wheat has become the major crop in northern Rajasthan, in the areas of Haryana as well in the winter season. Achha. Then if I look at Punjab, the Punjabi delicacies, makke ki roti, sarson ka saag. Then again, maize is not cultivated because maize fields have been converted into paddy fields. So again, the consumption patterns have seen a change. Maize is no longer part of my diet. Similarly, in the areas of Maharashtra, jawar bhakri is a major bread that we are consuming here. But again, wheat has replaced that. Rice is replacing it. So consumption patterns also play a role. Achha. Is there a new change in the cropping pattern? Though it has not been witnessed as of now, but government is making every effort to bring a change in the consumption. Because we suffer from problems of malnutrition, government says we need more of millets in India. And government is promoting the cultivation of millets. How can the government promote the cultivation of millets? By providing a higher MSP. That is, bajra mein the profit margin is more than 80%, rice mein profit margin is just 50%. So by promoting the crop through marketing, government is trying to change the cropping pattern. Where again, the cropping patterns which are detrimental to the environment here, the government needs to change. इसके अलावा, one is the effort of the government to change the cropping pattern. What else can lead to the change in the cropping pattern? See, the dietary pattern of a population group, we've discussed the old students, is directly dependent on the income. With increase in the income, the dietary patterns also see a change. Now, what is the reason why we are importing so much of edible oil? One simple reason is the dietary patterns in the country have seen a change where we are now demanding, with better incomes, more of processed items in the country. We demand more of edible oils. So government is promoting the consumption and cultivation of edible oils. And how would you promote the cultivation of edible oils? By providing certain incentives, by helping the farmers sell this to the government of India. जैसे प्रधानमंत्री आशा scheme, where price deficiency payment scheme, private procurement stockist scheme, they all are related to procurement of pulses and edible oils. What is the demand now? With increased per capita income, the consumption pattern is going to see a change where in the future we are more likely to demand those items that are produced without chemicals. So the government is promoting the development of the Indian Himalayan region and Northeast India as hubs for organic farming or natural farming. And under the Krishi Pradhan Mantri Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, what is the government doing? Government is helping the farmers in selling their organic products in the domestic as well as the international market. So after the Green Revolution, because of this, the cropping patterns have changed and we no longer cultivate the crops according to the natural climatic conditions. But this is not sustainable. And because it's not sustainable, with the change in the income as well, we are trying to bring a change in the cropping patterns as well. Because consumption patterns will see a change, demand will increase, and if the shortage is there, then the price will be very high. It may set the inflation. It will affect our imports as well. So we are trying to bring a change in the cropping patterns again. Abhi, this is the answer that you have. How would you write this? Because the introduction about the cropping pattern, how the cropping patterns or have the cropping patterns in India changed? Yes, they have changed. And what should decide? That climate should decide. Minor factors may be soil, but we have seen a change. And why are they changing? Consumption related factors, the marketing related factors. What is a new change that we are witnessing? Then also post 2000s or post economic liberalization, you can talk about how we are looking to consume more of the nutri cereals, more of pulses, more of edible oil seeds, and how the government also has brought changes in the public distribution system. Uttarakhand mein, Odisha mein or Karnataka mein, they are providing even the core cereals under the public distribution system, again to increase the production. एंड उसके लिए एमएसपी में प्रॉफिट मार्जिन्स भी मिल रहे हैं. ठीक है, प्रधानमंत्री आशा, ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग. सो दिस इज द पार्ट ऑफ द आंसर. कंक्लूजन. Again, you may, the best way to end this answer would be writing how the cropping pattern need to change in order to make the cultivation in the country more sustainable.
Let's come to question number 14. First part, what are direct and indirect subsidies provided to the farm sector in India? Second part, discuss the issues raised by WTO. Okay, sorry, this is WTO in relation to the agricultural subsidies. Well, this straight away comes from my class notes, and the students who have studied here can vouch for it. We had in the last class and 1.5 class, you can say, a detailed discussion on direct, indirect subsidy, pros, cons, example of farm sector, and then in the final class, linking WTO, food security, subsidies, etc. In fact, we have done more than this in the class, rather than this. Fine, we'll discuss that. A very interesting question, and after some time, they are asking on WTO. So, question number 14, paper 3. First part was, what are direct and indirect subsidies? What are direct and indirect subsidies given to the farm sector? Farm sector is same as agriculture. Okay, although they are not giving separate word limits, I think the second part of the question will need greater word limit. Minimum 150 words can be devoted to the WTO and the subsidies issues for that matter, and possibly 100 words or so for the first. Even less than 100 will do. They are not asking what are direct and indirect subsidies, but you can briefly tell. The direct subsidies are in cash subsidies, the subsidies which are given directly in the bank account. Indirect subsidies are in kind subsidies, which are given on some good or service. Most of the subsidies, whether it is given to farm sector or otherwise, were indirect subsidies earlier. Most of them were indirect subsidies. But gradually in the last decade, roughly from 2012 onwards, there is a shift towards the direct subsidies also. Last year they asked on pros and cons of direct indirect subsidy. This year it is slightly different, but still the knowledge will be important. So what are in-kind subsidies, let's say, to the farm sector which are still there? More examples you'll get here. Here you can give examples of most of the agricultural input subsidies. Say fertilizer subsidies. Fertilizer subsidy is a in-kind subsidy. The farmers buy cheaper urea from the designated shops, etc. You can briefly explain them also, but keep in mind, don't spend more than 100 words, possibly less than that, in completing that part. Other examples can also be given. The MSP related subsidy is an indirect subsidy, because MSP is given when certain crop amount is sold by the farmer to the government. And similarly, one can talk about certain other indirect subsidies going to the farmers apart from that also, like electricity subsidy. The subsidy given to farmers on electricity use is also indirect subsidy. Direct subsidies are relatively new in the Indian economy. In fact, under the direct subsidies where the money is shifted in the bank account, the initiative was taken first by the state of Telangana. with the launch of the Raitu Bandhu scheme. Okay, we often quote this example as the first one because this was a pioneer in direct subsidy. By the way, the question doesn't say Government of India as such. So actually you can give example from states also. And Raitu Bandhu is given often first because of the pioneer. I know majority of you will be knowing about the PM Kisan or PM Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana that we have. Exactly, that is also a direct subsidy. So both in Raitu Bandhu and PM Kisan, certain amount of money is transferred in the bank account of the farmers, and then they are given freedom on how to use it. The exact rules regulations are different over here. PM Kisan gives 6,000 rupees over a year to the landowning farmers. Raitu Bandhu gives 8,000 rupees per year per acre to the landowning farmers. You can give other examples also, like the scheme called Kalia launched in Odisha. As I told you, they are not talking about states, etc. The Raitu Bandhu scheme was in Telangana, Kalia scheme in Odisha, etc. Can be some of the examples related to that. Direct subsidies are not that popular still, except PM Kisan, but now almost every state is giving it. So depending upon what you know about, you can give some more examples also over here. These are some unique examples for one reason or the other. Like Odisha scheme Kalia is not only for landowning farmers but also for the landless. So that way it makes it even unique than the earlier two schemes. So the question was just telling you to give some examples. It's not expecting much more beyond that. Okay. The main part was discuss the issues raised by WTO in relation to the agricultural subsidies. One more thing I forgot to say, so just a second. Some states have converted MSP subsidy also in direct subsidy, the in-cash subsidy, like the Bhavantar Bhugtan Yojana in Madhya Pradesh. Bhavantar Bhugtan Yojana, that was a policy initiated in Madhya Pradesh. Later on, the center also brought the price deficiency payment. The price deficiency payment, PDP, is also a direct subsidy where the MSP related subsidy is given in a direct manner. So, more examples also you can give. The issues raised by WTO. In order to understand that, you have to understand the WTO agreement on agriculture. You have enough space to write. So I would advise that you should be briefly writing about these things. In WTO, there are many agreements. One of them is Agreement on Agriculture, which has two parts related to subsidies. Although there are three parts. One talks about reduction in domestic subsidies. Domestic subsidies, as in most of the subsidies which we were talking right now. Reduction in export subsidies. And reducing tariffs, etc. Reducing agricultural tariffs, etc. In this question, the third one is not needed. Even the second one is not needed. Why? Because this is a question on subsidies in India. India actually doesn't give much export subsidy. Time to time we have been criticized. It is okay. Sometimes for rice or sugar, India has been blamed to be given export subsidies, but that is not the major thing which this question is asking. This question is asking issues around subsidies, as in majorly the domestic subsidy. And clearly, since they say farm sector, all the more. But still, if you wish, you can give some examples of export subsidy also here. You can say that the issues raised by WTO has been under export subsidies given by India, under the export subsidies given by India to their rice producers, the paddy producers who later on sold rice, exported rice, sugar producers, etc. Okay, sugar producers, rice producers have been given export subsidy according to WTO. India has contested that argument, but then to a great extent, India couldn't defend its argument because after these subsidies given to the rice producers or sugar producers, India actually became one of the leading exporter of these products in the world in that year or in the coming years. So whenever after giving subsidy, a country becomes leading exporter and it was not there beforehand, then it often is counted as export subsidy in WTO. So clearly that is also an issue that you can write about, since this is a long question. Had it been a 150 words question overall, I wouldn't have advised you to go on this, because most of the issues raised by WTO in recent time has been on the domestic subsidies. Leave the tariff part because that is not being asked in the question. That's another interesting area of discussion, but the question is on subsidies. Within domestic subsidies, there are three types. There are three types of domestic subsidies under WTO. Well, again, you don't need to discuss all the three types. The two major types can be taken into account here. These three types are green box, amber box, and blue box. Let's leave blue box. In fact, had you even written two major types of subsidies, it is okay. Because blue box is nearly outdated type of box even in WTO, and not much is being talked about. So just think of these two, the green box, the amber box. What are these boxes telling us about? Green box includes non-trade distorting subsidies. The subsidies which are not distorting trade, not impacting trade, are kept under green box. Amber box are defined as the ones which include trade distorting subsidies. Now, how WTO locates that, whether it is trade or non-trade distorting? Well, the method is not foolproof, but in green box they include most of the subsidies. Let's talk of examples of each type. In green box they include most of the subsidies which are given on agricultural research and extension, rural infrastructure, okay, and things like that. Similar to that, you can say environment development programs, etc. These are some of the examples of the green box subsidy, within which they also include an example called decoupled payments. Decoupled payments by name means the payments given to the farmers by government, since it's a subsidy, payment given by government to the farmers that are not coupled or not related to production. So WTO basically says that whichever subsidy is not directly impacting production are in green box. Subsidies which do not impact production directly. What is the economic logic? If the subsidy is not impacting production directly, it will not be impacting trade directly. Because the basic logic behind trade is that if it is impacting production, it will impact trade. Hence, the green box are called the non-trade distorting. The ones which are not having a very direct impact on production and therefore trade. Basically, decoupled payments are a type of direct subsidy. if you think of decoupled payment examples in India, you can give the same examples of decoupled payments as direct subsidy, PM Kisan, Raitu Bandhu, price deficiency payment, not price deficiency, better call the Raitu Bandhu, PM Kisan, etc. But price deficiency will also be similar to green box. Reason being, the price deficiency payment, etc. also are not having a direct impact on production as much as MSP. And if there is a direct impact on production, then they are called amber box. The other box is the amber box. By the way, green box subsidies need not be reduced by a WTO member. WTO tells that green box subsidies need not be reduced by the WTO members. In other words, WTO has no issues with green box. The question is asking, what are the issues raised by WTO? Since these subsidies need not be reduced because they are non-trade distorting, WTO has no issues with that. So WTO has no issues with PM Kisan, has no issues with Raitu Bandhu, because similar payments have been made in developed countries also, the direct payments, the decoupled payments, and WTO does not criticize it. Where are the issues mainly coming from? The issues mainly come from the amber box subsidies. Amber box subsidies are mostly all the indirect subsidies that we did. Mostly these are the indirect subsidies. For example, MSP, fertilizer subsidy, etc. Within which it is on MSP that mainly we have seen issue raised by WTO. The issue raised by WTO is mainly on MSP. You may be thinking, why not on others? Basically, these things are never only economically motivated thing. There is some politics here and there also. Actually, India has been increasing its MSP more. There has been increase in MSP more and more since 2013, the year when the National Food Security Act was passed in India. With National Food Security Act, India had to provide cheaper grains to more people. To give cheaper grains to more people, we needed to procure more grain. To procure more grain, higher MSP was needed. And that is when US started objecting. USA was the first country that objected to the higher MSP policy in India. And US actually took this issue in WTO. And that is why WTO has raised their concern over the MSP policy in the Indian economy. So WTO claims that MSP is an amber box subsidy, it is trade distorting, it leads to direct impact on production and trade. It leads to direct impact on production and trade. Therefore, it should be reduced. WTO claims that it should be reduced. Although the question is not asking you what India has done, but you can briefly write it towards that. India faced a lot of criticism on MSP kind of a policy in 2013, Bali Ministerial. But India somehow managed that pressure in 2013 itself and clarified WTO that we are giving MSP for food security. Okay, so another possible question that can be drafted on this is the link between WTO and food security, something which I do in my class in much more detail. Here I'm just giving you a little idea. So MSP is linked to that food security issue also, wherein India said that we are giving such subsidy for food security, hence we cannot be forced to reduce it. And this debate is an ongoing debate in WTO even now. The developed countries are insisting that India should reduce this type of MSP or other indirect subsidy. India regularly defending it on food security parameter. Well, there are many other issues which are interlinked over here. Like India has raised the issue on MSP calculation. Suppose the question would also have been, what are issues raised by India to the demand of WTO? You could have thought of, you don't need to write it here, but then you could have thought of the MSP related calculation issue raised by India. Okay, fine. That's another technical thing which I leave it here. So basically the summary of this answer is that WTO has problem with most of the indirect subsidies given to the farm sector, because most of these indirect subsidy fall under amber box of WTO. Amber box by nature is trade distorting, and WTO has a problem with trade distorting subsidies. If the subsidies are direct, mostly they are non-trade distorting, that falls under green box, on which WTO doesn't have much to complain about. So broadly, these are the issues which are going on, the farm subsidy and the WTO in the context of Indian economy. Well, even if these things are written in detail, the word limit can be easily taken care of. And precisely that is it from my side. These were all the economics questions to be discussed. Hope it has been helpful to you.
Let us now move to the next question. So the question number 15 reads, the adoption of electric vehicles is rapidly growing worldwide. You have to note that they have set this as the context. So, yeah, rapid growth of electric vehicles, and that growth is global. All right. It says, how do electric vehicles contribute to reducing carbon emissions? So the straight demand is how it reduces the carbon emissions. How it reduces the carbon emissions. And then it goes to say, what are the key benefits that they offer compared to the traditional combustion engine vehicle? So once they have already told you the key benefit, and then they ask you how it does that, and then goes on to say what are the other key benefits. There is nothing more that the question has asked. So simply by answer these key points, you can get very decent marks. So let us quickly go about it. How would your introduction shape up? Your introduction will, again, just in the normal format, will be based on the context of the entire topic. And the context is that there is a rapid growth which is happening in the world. So you can simply go for mentioning that or justifying it through certain data support maybe. So you can go by either mentioning stuffs like the International Energy Agency has predicted that by 2030, over 30% or 1 in every 3 vehicle would be electric vehicle. Or alternatively, you can pick up some of the commitments made by the nations like Germany, like India, like Brazil, like China, about how they are all trying to target 2030 and the different fraction of their entire fleet on the roads that they commit would be comprising the electric vehicles. Now that kind of reiterates the context, but then based on that, you will try to explain why on that. So what you now need to do, people, is that how the internal combustion engine has been unsustainable from the ecological perspective, which is what the carbon emissions is talking about. So what you have to quickly suggest that internal combustion engine is primarily based on, as the name itself suggests, okay, despite the fact that this is quite a technical topic, internal combustion engine and the entire engineering behind that, you were not to be scared of it. You need not get into the details of that. You simply have to base your answer on that internal combustion engine is based on the fuel burning and utilizing the heat to move the pistons and then transferring this piston movement into the rotor wheels, or simply wheel rotations. Now that is the entire basis of internal combustion engine, without going into the entire mechanism of it. Not required at all. But then what we need to highlight on this, something that the electric vehicle will better on, is the fact, since it is utilizing the heat and the expansion caused by it to move the piston, you will say the conversion, energy conversion is way less. A lot of heat, energy is lost as heat, nearly 20 to 25%. And then you will go on to say that the tailpipe emissions of the conventional ICE based vehicles is very toxic and polluting. That's an obvious thing, and you may just drop the reference of some of the gases like the carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, etc. That is going to be the stuff that you're presenting after the introduction. You further may then go on to say that it requires complex and high number of or more number of moving parts, making the entire system hardware extensive. So people, you have to have the engine, and as in the engine the fuel is burnt using the atmospheric oxygen and the heat is generated, it moves the piston, and piston then transfers that energy to another beam which ultimately transfers to create a sufficient amount of torque to the rotor wheels. But then you need not be going for the detailing, just know that it has got a complex system containing a number of moving parts. Further, we have to see that the internal combustion engine generates less torque. What is torque? Simply rotating force. Less torque initially. To build up on the torque, it takes time, and that is why we cannot use the piston movement directly with the rotor wheel. So we have to convert that into a higher value of torque before we start utilizing it for the rotation of the wheels. Now, you would also say that it requires a lot of maintenance expenditure. Maintenance expenditure, because every time you go for servicing, you have to replace multiple components, you have to add coolant, you have to add the engine oil. All these things, apart from the regular fuel expenditure, will be adding to the maintenance cost of it. So overall, what you will do is you will create all those elements which you are going to present in your answer in the next paragraph, how your electric vehicles are going to be providing a replacement or better option for. Now, these electric vehicles are primarily based on utilizing the stored energy in the batteries like lithium ion batteries, although this is just an option, we are evolving in this, so you will just use it as an example, the lithium ion batteries, to generate the torque required in the motor directly. That becomes how you define it. The battery and the energy stored into it is easily converted into the mechanical torque to the required value. Now, what we will be doing here is directly first establish how electric vehicle is bettering with respect to the carbon emission. Now, the statement that it will have a reduced carbon emission is simply because the energy conversion of this, the stored energy into the mechanical energy, ranges to around 70 to 80%. Energy conversion. So you'll simply mention that the stored energy gets maximally converted into the mechanical energy. Thereby, losing of that energy stored is lesser. And of course, this is not dependent on combustion as a process. It is not dependent on the combustion as a process, and hence no emission, at least at the point of operation. No emission at the point of operation. And then people, you can further add to how it leads to reduced carbon emission. You can then say as point number 3 that the recharging of the electric vehicle batteries can be powered by renewable energy sources, in which case the electric vehicle would be close to clean, 100% clean or carbon neutral. So what we can make a point here through these points is simply electric vehicles are gaining popularity because they are very efficient tool to decarbonize the transport sector. As people, over 1/4 of the total carbon emission is suggested to be generated by the transport sector itself. This is where the first demand of the question gets answered. But then the question asks for what are the other key benefits that the electric vehicle offers you. So let us go one by one. You can further go on to add that the energy density of the electric vehicle or the batteries used in the electric vehicle is less. Now on the face of it, it might appear to be a demerit, which of course on one aspect it is, but then you will say that makes the battery assembly heavier, and being at the lower part of the car or the vehicles, it makes the vehicles more stable to the collisions. That's one. Further, you can say it will completely remove the refueling expenditure, and hence people, you can say the overall or the net pricing at the end of the life cycle would be much lesser compared to the ICE based vehicles. What it says, people, that if you are not using spending on the refueling expenditure, the overall cost in the entire lifespan of this vehicle would turn out to be way lesser than that of the ICE powered ones. Further, you can also say it is very low maintenance. The design is very simple. Not many moving parts. As we saw is required in the case of the ICE powered vehicles. Right? You can further say that the braking in the electric vehicles could be made to be recharging. Now this is called as recharging braking or rechargeable braking. What it means, people, that the torque created by, or the energy created by the braking can, as it slows down the vehicle, that force could be used to transform the motor into generator. So it's simply, if you at all you use, I'll just show you the diagram. The motor can be made to be reversing into generator and could be used to recharge the battery. So that makes it all the more efficient. You can use the braking to, use the energy of the braking to get your battery recharged as well. Further, if at all your electric vehicle is connected with the grid, if the electric vehicles are connected with the grid, they can be recharged using the renewable energy sources during the peak hours. Now what does that mean, people? It simply means when the energy production of the renewable sources is much more than what you are storing, you can utilize that to recharge the electric vehicles. Simple as that. So for example, the wind energy during night and let us say the solar energy, the peaking time for each one of them during the day. But that is only one half of it. As a benefit that you can mention, you can simply say the electric vehicles which are connected with the grid system can get the energy from that grid directly. Yes, that is called as grid to vehicle. In addition, the idle electric vehicles, those electric vehicles which are charged, storing energy and are not utilizing it, laying idle, it has been found that most of the vehicles in the country have got their running time which is way lesser than what they store the energy idle for. And hence, you can also, if these are connected with the smart grid, grids, or let us say the grid, the idle electric vehicles can then reverse the flow of energy, and hence the electric vehicles be useful for minimizing the energy loss. Minimizing the energy loss. And then there are other advantages also, like the electric vehicles are more noiseless. The electric vehicles generate a lot more amount of torque at the start point itself. So you see, in the internal combustion vehicles, you will, in order to get to the highest of the torque, you will have to follow the gear system, and only in the topmost of the gear do you get to have the sufficient torque which is converted. So it takes time. But in the electric vehicle, you can simply say the complete power is converted into the torque at the very beginning, so it can attain greater speeds at much closer intervals or at a much quicker intervals. So these are some of the advantages that you can mention about how electric vehicles are outperforming the internal combustion engine, and hence is reflecting in the global increase in the demand of it. Towards the end of the question, you can simply, just as a future prospect, bring the Indian picture into it. And that how in India as well, at this moment 7% of all the vehicles are electric vehicles, and then how the national policy is conforming to this global trend, because in the Conference of Parties 26, India also made the commitment EV 30 at 30. So we made the commitment that by 2030 we will be also trying to make the entire fleet of the private vehicles on the road, 30% of them comprising of the electric vehicles. Further, there are multiple policies like the FAME, faster adoption and manufacturing of electric and hybrid and electric vehicles, the FAME 2, which has now got extended to 2014, which is providing the subsidies and the tax rebates for the manufacturing and the consumers for the buying purpose. So it is allowing the pricing control of it as well. Further, there are other policy steps that have been taken. For example, the PM e-buses Seva, wherein recently the government of India did release 10,000 buses based on electric vehicles or the lithium-ion battery across 169 cities in India, right? Further, there is a new portal which is released by Niti Aayog that is named as E-Amrit, which is for providing all the information and consultations for transforming the Indian transport sector towards electric vehicles. You can say that the government is also taking a number of policy decisions. At the very last statement, you can say, however, a lot more needs to be done. For example, installing the number of charging stations. More charging stations would be required. Further government support towards competitive pricing, because one of the major resistance to people going for it is the initial higher cost. So not everyone is prudent enough to make for the entire cost calculation. So competitive pricing, at least initially, so that it can break even, and then we can also charging stations, competitive pricing, ensuring the safety protocols. One of the major concern of the buyers with respect to lithium-ion batteries, because lithium-ion batteries are known for getting heated up, and there have been cases wherein they have caught fires, which creates a lot of doubt in the head of the people. So safety protocols have to be strictly abided by, and further R&D on making the entire technology much safer as well. So these are some of the suggestions that you can just end your answer with, that we need to take care of some of these issues before it becomes a commonplace on the Indian roads. You can also suggest just as like more variants. So once more variants will be available, the consumers will have more choices for it. That will make for a complete answer for your question. Largely it should be centered around how the electric vehicle, one, reduces the carbon emissions, and that you saw the different methods, and second, how electric vehicles has those features allowing it to supersede the ICE in the coming years. So relegate the challenges towards the very end statement, because that is not the demand of the question directly, so it should not become the real meat of the answer. That is how you'll be able to score decent in this. Let us move to the next question, people, and that says, what are the main tasks of India's third moon mission? So it says main task of third moon mission, that is that is straightforward demand. Third moon mission, that is Chandrayaan 3 obviously, which could not be achieved in its earlier mission. List the countries, second demand, that have achieved this task. Introduce the subsystems, third demand. This question was a sitting duck, very simple, but yes, had got a number of different subheads to create. Introduce the subsystems in the spacecraft launched and explain the role of Virtual Launch Control Center. Virtual Launch Control Center. Okay, let us start with it. You see people, all of you already know that Chandrayaan 3, which is India's third moon mission, is in sequence of a successful Chandrayaan 1, partially successful Chandrayaan 2, following the partial success or a partial, you could say, technical setback, which necessitated Chandrayaan 3, we have gone for the Chandrayaan 3. Let us quickly understand what are the three main goals that it tried to achieve last time also, which it fortunately successfully did this time. Number one, okay, so any such space mission, people, any such space mission may have, if at all it is the first in that category, may have two broad categories of goals. One is technology demonstration. What is it? You are testing a particular technology. And the second is the scientific part. So, the goals of this mission could be split into two broad subheads. In the technology demonstration, we wanted to achieve the TD or technology demonstration of the soft landing on any extraterrestrial surface, and then post that the rover movement over that surface. Both of them were technology demonstration, where we were testing a technology, we were establishing to ourselves and to the world that we can do that. And the second part is what we had to do after doing it. After you have reached that spot, what you had to do there. And that, people, is in situ experimentation. In situ experimentation means at the original site itself. This has to be understood because in Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 1, we have observed the moon from a distant location, not at the site itself. So at this time, we had to pick up the lunar soil and examine it. That was the major goal that we had. Perfect. Now, these were the specific missions that we had to achieve, you could have mentioned. Now, coming to which of the countries had done it so far. Yes, US, Russia and China. Simple. They have already managed to have a soft landing on the moon surface, walking over on the moon surface, and then they have gone a little far beyond, but that is not the need of the question. Third, what are the various subsystems? Now people, this is technical and minded. I mean, you need not be guided through this question to memorize all the subsystems of all the missions that we have. The mission which is, gaining a lot of limelight and is presently in the news at the most could be useful from this perspective. So don't get bogged down that there are so many missions, how are you going to be memorizing that? So I'll quickly take you to the slide wherein I'll show you the various subsystems which are there in the Chandrayaan 3 mission. People, the Chandrayaan 3 primarily comprises these three entities. The lander and the rover. This is the lander inside which there was a rover. Lander is called as the Vikram lander and the rover Pragyan rover. It has been so much popular that everyone must be knowing this already. And what took it from the Earth's orbit to the Moon's orbit is called as propulsion module. Name itself is quite easily suggestive. What is called as propulsion module. Fine enough. Now, each of these three entities, the propulsion module, the lander and the rover, had some instruments through which they could generate scientific data. That is what is called as the various subsystems. Now have a look. Let me first talk about the propulsion module payload. This is straight away lifted from ISRO's website. Nothing, nowhere else do you need to go for it. What it says is spectropolarimetry of habitable planet Earth. Shape. Now, what is it? Shape is the instrument which would send infrared rays towards the earth, and once those rays are reflected back, because of the atmospheric particles on the earth. So let me write on it what was required from you in the exam. Okay, shape, spectropolarimetry of habitable planet Earth, right? So it is going to be sending IR waves, infrared waves, and the reflected waves change of polarity is connected with the atmospheric particle characteristic. I know it is a little abstruse, particle characteristic. You need not get into the detailed explanation of what is, polarimeter and how is the polarimetry done. But just to quickly tell you, the light waves are electromagnetic waves, and they have the electric component and the magnetic component at perpendicular to each other moving forward. Now, normally waves that we have from all the sources of the light, each of the wave in that light coming towards us are moving in a different plane, that is called as polar. So what is a polarized light? All the waves are homogeneously moving on the same pole, so same plane. Now what happens whenever a light is hitting a particular place, and because of the atmospheric particles, the plane of the waves of light get changed. That change in polarity is assessed by the shape, and that is directly related with the atmospheric particle composition or aerosol composition. Interestingly, any Earth-like planet would then also be assessed based on the similar signature as comes from the Earth. So this data, as would be generated by shape, would be helpful in the research of exoplanets. Even if you had simply mentioned this, it would have sufficed for your answer. So the spectropolarimetry of habitable planet Earth. Let us proceed ahead. Let us go to the lander payloads. The Vikram lander, once it would have had a soft landing at a very slow speed, not to disturb its technical components, these are the instruments that would have become active. Can you see something that is called as Rambha, which refers to radio anatomy of moon-bound hypersensitive ionosphere and atmosphere. Just knowing the full form itself would have given you the matter sufficient. Moon, since it does not have enough gravity and the magnetic envelope to protect its atmosphere, has got maximum of its atmosphere already depleted. But yes, for whatever little that it has, Rambha would be utilized to study the ionospheric characteristic over that surface. Simple as that. Chandra's surface thermophysical experiment called CHASTE. It is nothing but a simple thermometer which would be keeping to measure the temperature under, let us say, 10 cm, up till 10 cm on the moon surface. Further, instrument for lunar seismic activity. Seismic activity is quakes. So does moon also get quakes? Where is this idea coming from? This also because the moon also, you see, like the earth, was the result of the same universal phenomenon, and that is where moon also is still, cooling down, and it has got the molten core, and that might be generating energy sufficient to create quakes on the moon surface. So using the ILSA, it would have also, it would be testing the quakes on the moon surface. Further, laser retroreflector array, it is also going to be studying the various ionospheric makeup as the time varies on the moon, day and night. Although this particular entity is not going to remain very much active once it enters into the deep night. That I hope you might be knowing, because recently there are news of ISRO trying to wake it up from that sleep. Further, the most important are the rover payloads, people. Rover payloads include laser-induced breakdown spectroscope and alpha particle X-ray spectrometer. Let me give you an easy idea. Whenever you have a question related to a mission which is going for any extraterrestrial entity, sun, moon, an asteroid or any planet, hazard a guess. Whenever they ask you a simple question, if you have not read about it, write some spectrometers to study the chemical composition of the surface. Nearly every time you will hit the bullseye. So just look at it. Laser induced breakdown spectroscope and alpha particle X-ray spectrometer are both for studying the elemental components or the chemical makeup of the lunar soil over there. And this is what is the job of these two instruments, spectrometer and the spectroscope. These are the different terms for the similar activity that is carried out. Actually, in the laser induced breakdown, the particles will be hit by laser, broken down, and then its chemical analysis would be carried out, but not required to get into the details of the process. Fine. And then people, coming to the last demand of the question, what about the virtual launch control center? See, simple, your answer should have reflected virtual launch control center. Post COVID, the movement of large group of people to the site of launch became non-feasible, and that is why there was a center created at Vikram Sarabhai Space Research Center, which is at Thiruvananthapuram. This is the place from where we launched our first rocket towards the space technology called Rohini. This Vikram Sarabhai Space Research Center in 2020 got a virtual launch control center from where you could control the various electronics, the system checks, and even give the necessary command while the process of launch is going on. So scientists over there at the virtual launch control center, through the electromagnetic waves or the signaling, would be giving the right control to the process which is operational. Although the launch which is getting carried out at Sriharikota, where we have the center called Satish Dhawan Space Center, the launching exercise would be conducted by that same place itself. So the prime task of initiating the launch will happen there. Post the launch, the control of the entire process up till the placement of the object to the right orbit would be controlled from the distant location Vikram Sarabhai Space Research Center, and that is called as the virtual launch control center. Now people, there is an interesting dimension in this question. You can note when the exam happened, the process was already done and there were a couple of scientific findings that had already got reported. A sincere student and a wiser fellow would have towards the end or towards the conclusion have added what are the findings that have already got generated. So you could simply just add a conclusion that the Chandrayaan-3 has already contributed to the scientific data, where we have generated stuffs like the CHASTE, which was a thermometer, has noted that the surface temperature instead of the expected 20-30 degrees centigrade is dramatically high, nearly 70 degrees centigrade. That is one of the very well reported data that we had. And in addition, the spectrometers which the rover had, people, they have already detected the presence of elements like aluminium, silicon, titanium, oxygen, calcium, etc. And at present, they are looking for the presence of hydrogen. So Chandrayaan-3, other than the technical details that the answer asked from you, a good conclusion would have gone into, this would have gone into making a very good conclusion, because you will just have updated in the answer that the C3 is already producing some marvelous scientific data. This much would have created a very easy to score question, very straightforward.
Moving on to the next question over here. This is question number 17. The question asks, comment on the National Wetland Conservation Program initiated by Government of India and name a few India's wetlands of international importance included in the Ramsar sites. Again, a question on the expected lines. Wetlands. They have been asking you of late too much about wetlands, and there is a reason to it. Now there are 75 Ramsar sites in the country. Until 2019, we just had 27 of them. So there have been of late lot of additions to our Ramsar directory of India. And in that context, they put up a question related to wetlands in last year prelims. Back in 2018 or 2017, there was a question on what's meant by the wise use of wetlands. Again, the theme of wetlands is repeated, wherein they're asking you about the National Wetland Conservation Program. So the National Wetland Conservation Program was launched by the government back in 1985. Under that program, there have been more than 100 wetlands which have been identified all through the country, which require very, very urgent conservation and management initiatives. So what is the basic aim? The basic aim is conservation and wise use of the wetlands so as to prevent their further degradation. This is very much on the lines of the Ramsar Convention. The Ramsar Convention also calls for wise use of the wetlands, and the National Wetland Conservation Program of the country also calls for the wise use of the wetlands. And then you can give the major objectives of this program. Along with that, you must also mention that earlier there were two separate programs. One was the National Wetland Conservation Program. Another was the National Lake Conservation Program. So wetlands and lakes, two different, though there can be some lakes which are wetlands as well. Those are called as palustrine wetlands, in case you know about it. We call them as palustrine wetlands. So earlier there were these two different types of programs, but in order to ensure that synergies between the two, these are the two ecosystems which have quite a lot of similarities between them. Back in 2013, now there is a national plan for the conservation of aquatic ecosystems. These will include both the wetlands as well as the lakes. Both have been combined, right? So now we have this. Principal objectives, we go for holistic conservation, restoration of lakes and wetlands. That's the objective. Then you move on to the discussion related to the Ramsar sites. So there are 75 Ramsar sites in the country, examples of the Ramsar sites. So the Ramsar sites which are of international significance. Any example, there are ample examples which could have been put up by you. Any examples which you like, which are your favorites, which are from your state, or the ones which are very, very, you aspire to visit those Ramsar sites of the country, any of those could have been mentioned. In the conclusion, you could have also mentioned about the wetland management rules of the country. So apart from the National Wetland Conservation Program, which is now under the ambit of the Program for the Aquatic Ecosystems, India also has the wetland management rules. So you could have also mentioned about the wetland management rules, or mentioned about what's meant by the wise use of the Ramsar sites. Wise use basically means sustainable use of the wetlands by ensuring that the ecological character or the ecological integrity of the wetlands is not compromised. So you could have written that in the conclusion of this particular answer. Moving on to the 18th question. This is on climate change. There were two questions on climate change this time, paper 1, wherein they asked you how does climate change impact the food security of the tropical regions, and the second question has been in the context of sea level rise. Again, they are increasingly touching upon climate change, sea level rise, coastal erosion. They had a question related to why the coastal areas are hazard prone, the disaster preparedness. So this remains one of the important themes repeated by UPSC in one way or the other across the questions. This question says that IPCC has predicted global sea level rise of about 1 meter by the end of the century. What would be its impact in India and other countries in the Indian Ocean region? It's a simple question wherein they are asking you about the impact of the sea level rise. Now, you can mention about the present rates of sea level rise, and the present rates of sea level rise are somewhere around 3 to 4 millimeter per year. And if you know that the sea level rise is happening at an accelerated rate, it's an accelerated rate of sea level rise which is happening. And the reasons for sea level rise: the fast melting cryosphere, this is something directly from the class notes. Along with that, the thermal expansion of the oceans. I don't know how many of you could write up the reasons, including the thermal expansion of the oceans. Most of the students, they miss out on this, but anyway. The impact of the sea level rise is going to be social, economic, as well as ecological. And the major impacts on India and other countries. One of the foremost impacts is that there will be increased coastal erosion. Increased coastal erosion of the low-lying coastal areas. So coastal erosion essentially is permanent displacement and loss of the coastal land by the action of waves and tides. And when the sea levels, they gradually rise, there is going to be increased energy of the waves and tides. Because of that increased energy of waves and tides, there can be increased coastal erosion. That will affect the livelihood of the people because it will have a direct bearing on the agriculture. Then, extreme, there can be coastal submergence of the low elevation coastal zones. You are always expected to give your own examples over here. So, the low-lying coastal areas and the small island developing states, the examples over here, the deltaic alluvial regions of Mahanadi, Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri. These are the regions which may experience more and more of increased coastal erosion. There are many small island developing states like Mauritius, Maldives, Seychelles, Madagascar, etc., which will also experience the disproportionate impact. That disproportionate impact because of submergence, because of the risks of submergence, the storm surges at the time of tropical cyclones are going to become much more deadlier. This will trigger the environmental migration, at the same time resource paucity driven conflicts amongst the people. That's a very, very important socio-economic. It's both social as well as economic. It has social implications in case environmental migration is triggered. At the same time, it has economic implications in the form of socio-economic implications in the form of resource paucity driven conflicts. Write about the saltwater intrusion as well, and this saltwater intrusion is going to make the soils as more saline, which again is going to affect the agriculture adversely. I have given you examples of the small island developing states of the Indian Ocean. Put in the examples in the answer. The Indian Ocean countries, they host a lot of critical coastal ecosystems as well, because the Indian Ocean countries are tropical, and therefore they'll have mangroves, they will have wetlands, they'll have estuaries, they'll have coral reefs. All of them, they become very, very vulnerable to the climate change and the rising sea levels. Mention about India that India has a long coastline wherein there are many low elevation coastal zones which comprise the urban areas, the port centers. Put in certain names: Mumbai, Chennai, Haldia, Port Blair, Kochi, Paradweep, whatever you can think of. The Indian Ocean region countries like Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, they are threatened as well. Their capitals are threatened as well. Like in the case of Indonesia, Jakarta, the city, they are shifting that. So environmental migration happening over there. So you can mention that. So the social, ecological, economic impacts necessitate that we go for climate adaptation strategies as well as climate mitigation. Keeping with the spirit of the Paris Agreement, along with that, the 3 SDGs we have for ecological integrity: SDG 13, 14, 15. So SDG 13 about the climate change, 14 and 15 related to the life below water and the life on land. Everything needs to be taken into account. All these, they are mutually reinforcing. These SDGs along with the Paris Agreement, they are mutually reinforcing. So that's why you can mention about these in the part of conclusion.
So next is, what are the internal security challenges which are faced by India? Give out the role of the central intelligence and the investigative agencies to counter such threats. Again, it's a very simple and a direct question. You see, such questions, they can always be started off with the definition of national security. And then, like national security, briefly we can define, it is an act of promoting the interest of a state and its subjects, interest of a state and its subjects by economic, political and diplomatic means. Economic, political and diplomatic means. Further, if we talk about these internal security challenges to the country, these internal security challenges to the country, they can be segregated, they can be divided into two categories over here, namely the traditional challenges and the non-traditional challenges. These non-traditional challenges, they are also referred as what? They are also referred as neo challenges. Neo challenges. Traditional challenges, Naxalism. We have been battling with the menace of Naxalism since 1967. In fact, it is the own indigenous form of left-wing extremism that can be manifested in India, or this LWE can be manifested in the form of Naxalism. As of now, you see more than 9 states of the country with 46 districts are under the grip of Naxal activities. There was a time in 2010 where there were more than 250 of such districts. Then Northeast insurgency. Here also we have been battling with Northeast insurgency since 1952. Fizo, architect of Naga insurgency, declared independence, revolving around the demand of what? Sovereignty or autonomy to the maximum majority of the insurgency in the Northeast. Apart from this, Khalistan insurgency. Khalistan insurgency revolving around the demand of a pure land for the Sikh community, separate sovereign land over there. Then for a very prolonged period of time, we have been battling with the menace of terrorism. We have been battling with the menace of terrorism. Then apart from this, you see the border disputes are also a matter of internal security challenges to the country. Why? Because they facilitate what? They facilitate the easy entrance of the terrorists into our country. And it can be used for what? Proxy warfare. Proxy warfare. Terrorism, like at times, proxy terrorism is one of the, you can say, method that has been used by Pakistan for a very prolonged period of time to incite the terrorist activities in Jammu and Kashmir. Apart from the border disputes, communal conflicts are also a matter of internal security challenge. In fact, it's a challenge, direct challenge with respect to the law and order in the country. So for such statements or for such areas, at least 2 or 3 lines are the one which can also be written, because of course you are not blessed with the word limits over there. Then non-traditional challenges includes what? Cyber war, cyber terrorism in the country. Apart from that, money laundering. Money laundering act as a facilitating factor for terrorist funding over there. Apart from that, black money, then cryptocurrencies, then apart from the cryptocurrencies, social media. The social media is equally a threat to the internal security. Then hawala. In fact, it can also be associated like crypto is the new form of hawala. So all these are multiple set of traditional challenges, or you can say non-traditional threats that have been faced by India on or with respect to the challenge to its internal security. The second part of this, it deals with what? It deals with a number of the premier agencies which have been established to counter such threats. For that, you can mention a few of the important agencies like NIA, which is having a statutory recognition under NIA Act 2008. It is the premier anti-terrorist agency of the country. Anti-terrorist agency of the country. And after an amendment of 2019, even its jurisdiction has also been enhanced. Then RAW, dealing with the covert operations and gathering the level intelligence at the international level. gathering the intelligence at the international level. Then Director General of Income Tax Investigation to deal with the matters associated with tax evasion and money laundering. Then Enforcement Directorate's role in curbing the money laundering activities, like recently you can also mention the case of PFI. PFI was booked by Enforcement Directorate on the money laundering charges. Then apart from the Enforcement Directorate, the role of Central Bureau of Investigation, it is again the premier investigating agency in the country, which is having special divisions for various different kind of crimes over there. Then apart from this CBI, you can also mention DRI, Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, CBDT, CBEC, all these important bodies are there to counter the threat of what? To counter the threat of terrorism in the country. At times you see I4C, Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center. It is the premier agency in the country which has been developed to counter the threat of cyber terrorism, Here you can also discuss the role of NET grid, National Intelligence Grid, which is a grid of around comprising of 21 databases. And these 21 databases over here will be subjected to what? Big data analytics by the major intelligence agencies of the country over there. So like that, multiple agencies are the one which can be mentioned with respect to this. It was a very simple and which was a very generic question that they have raised with respect to internal security as well as the role of the counter agencies or these intelligence agencies in tackling the menace of the same. Now let's discuss the one last question that was asked in the internal security section. It was with respect to the terror funding in India. Give out the major sources of terror funding in India, and apart from that, what are the efforts which are being made to curtail these sources over there. In the light of this, also discuss the aims as well as objectives of this NMFT, No Money for Terror Financing, which was held in Delhi in the year 2022. In fact, it was the third ministerial conference which was held over there. So how do we define this term terror funding? This terror funding is defined as an act of sponsoring money for the terrorism related activities. Terrorism related activities, like it can be used to recruit the members, to recruit the terrorist members, to provide the logistical support, to provide for the logistical support. Apart from that, also to conduct the operations or a number of the terrorist operations over there. Now, so this terror funding, it involves collection, as well as the provision of the fund, for the sake of financing the terrorist related activities, Multiple sources of the terror funding in our country can be seen in terms of the illegal operations. These illegal operations, like associated with drug trafficking, associated with human trafficking. In fact, you see that terrorism or these terrorist activities, they have their close association with the organized criminals. and this money or the proceeds of this organized crime, they are utilized to finance what? They are utilized to finance the terrorist related activities. In fact, like one example that we can see in the form of this term underworld. Underworld is one such term which is used by a number of the security analysts altogether to refer to a group of organized criminals which are managing their activities from outside India. Means they are having what? They are having transnational as well as they are having international presence over there. Majority of the brothels associated with what? Human trafficking. Majority of the brothels are the one which are managed by the underworld over there, and then the same money is the one which is utilized for what? Financing. The Mumbai serial blast is one such example. Apart from this, what you will see, there is a syndrome which is called as black hole syndrome, which is known as black hole syndrome. This black hole syndrome is specifically utilized for what? It is specifically utilized to depict a symbiotic relationship between the terrorist organization as well as the organized criminal groups. Symbiotic relationship. Why? How come? These terrorists, they provide them security. They provide them what? They provide them patronage, and the organized criminal in return support them by means of what? By means of the finances over there. Then there are supporters of terrorism. The supporters of the terrorism or the supporting element, they directly provide finances to the terrorist related activities. They directly provide finances to the terrorist related activities. Why? Because they are more sympathetic towards these militant ideologies. At times, the role of a number of the charitable institution, is also under question as regards terror financing in the country is concerned. So these charitable organizations, knowingly and unknowingly at times, they provide financial support or financial assistance to terrorist related activities. Then there are a number of cartels as well as a number of the criminal gangs, which are also providing support to the terror funding, or a number of social media platforms. Social media is the new norm for a terror financing. It is utilized for what? Crowdfunding. Then cryptocurrencies role can also be seen. The crypto is the new form of hawala. It can also be used for what? Terror financing. One example can be seen in the form of 2015 Paris attack. In fact, it was the first terrorist attack in the world which was based on the cryptocurrencies. Then at times bulk cash smuggling, it can also be used for what? It can also be used for the financing of terrorist related activities. So there could be multiple ways in which what you can say the terrorist or the terror financing can be ensured, or so like this we can say there are multiple ways in which this terror financing is finding its source of finances. Now if we can have a look at the counter initiatives that have been taken. To counter the menace of terror financing in our country, India is an active member of FATF. At times, India's contribution has also been recognized by FATF. Then we have premier agencies such as NIA, such as RAW, such as Enforcement Directorate to tackle the menace of terror financing, like ED's role. Recently, we have seen with respect to what? A crackdown on the PFI cadre in India on the money laundering charges. Apart from this, in the form of legislation, we have UAPA 1967. It provides for Schedule 1 that contains the list of a number of terrorist organizations, and recently in the UAPA Act, after a change, what we will observe is that even an individual can now be designated as a terrorist over there, which was not a provision earlier. Now, India has also emphasized on beyond border cooperation, beyond border cooperation to tackle the menace of what? To tackle the menace of terror financing. We have MAC Multi-Agency Center for Intelligence Gathering on the matters associated with terror financing in the country. Now, broadly, they have asked about this no money for terror financing. No money for terror conference. This no money for a terror conference, it was organized in the year 2022. As I said, it was the third conference which was organized in Delhi. Aims and objectives. Aims and objectives of this conference, they can be seen as enhance international cooperation, enhance international cooperation in countering terror financing in the country, share best tools and practices, to counter the menace of terror financing in the country. Apart from this, promote development of robust policies to counter terror financing. Apart from that, addressing the emerging threats associated with the terror financing. Then these are the major aims and objectives of this no money for terror conference. But apart from that, one more notable strategy that can be discussed over there is like India's 5-point strategy to counter terrorism. India's 5-point strategy or India's 5-pillared strategy to counter terrorism. More specifically, here they are dealing with the financial aspects only. What are the 5 pillars of this policy? They can be referred as establishment of a comprehensive monitoring framework, strategy of trace, target and terminate, then harmonizing the legal structure, then developing a mechanism against next generation technology. One last pillar of this can be seen in the form of strengthening the provision for asset recovery. That is how you can conclude on this matter. Again, it was a simple and a direct question that was asked with respect to the terror financing over there. So, what we can say, with this we'll wind up the proceedings of this session over there. I hope you had a wonderful mains, those of you who have appeared for the mains over there. Unfortunately, again, those who have failed to make it to the mains this year, lots of wishes for the next year. Next time, come out with some better efforts over there. There is always a tomorrow. Since there is always a tomorrow, there is always a hope over there. Do take very good care of yourself, and God bless you all.